modeling that we have used. Can you please change the slide, Dinesh, Ajinkya? Yeah, thank you. So this is our problem statement. So beginners struggle to identify what data are required, data sources, required accuracy and resolution. And our objectives are essential data set, their purpose and importance in dam break analysis. Next slide please, Ajinkya. Or you can give the slide changer. Yeah, thank you. So overall data framework, it is shown over here: geometrical data, digital elevation model, then a cross section, mesh resolution, then a geospatial data, LULC, that is land use and land cover, aerial and satellite imagery we want, then a structural data again, then hydrological data, calibration data. So this is the terrain data, data required DEM, contour, spot height, revert, then LIDAR or drone survey is optional. It can be optional. Importance, form base, 2D mesh, flow path, water depth, velocity and inundation extent. So this is about the hydrological data. Upstream inflow hydrographs, downstream stage or normal date, rainfall data we required, and the parameters, location, width, side slope, failure time. I again request Dr. Rahul Agrawal, my colleague in this particular presentation, to please come on the dais so that we can explain properly. Then importance, control flood magnitude and timing. So these are the some of the input screenshot we have attached over here from HECRA's 2D modeling. Hydrological structural data, so it is required: spillway gates, weirs, culvert, bridges, embankment, leaves, structural dimension, then importance in this particular. So we have to govern the flow routing and energy losses, critical in dam break, flood wave movement. So this is the total LULC, land use and land cover roughness data we required in this team. So land use, land cover map, Manning's value, we all know. Importance, that is control the flow resistance, affect the velocity and flood depth. Urban and vegetation area significantly influence result. So competition, hello, and model domain. So again the data required is model boundaries we want, break line for rivers, road, embankment, then importance in this particular thing. And the calibration data that was shown graphically earlier. So historical flood marks, gauge station data, satellite inundation map, survey cross section, and the importance, that is improve the model reliability, reduce the uncertainty and enhance the confidence. So this is the conclusion that we have got from this particular study, that is reliable dam break analysis depend on the accuracy and well prepared data. Each data set plays a specific and critical role. Proper pre-processing improve the stability over here and accuracy. The study provide a structural data framework for beginners and the practitioners. So thank you so much guys.
Thank you so much, Dr. Prasant. We had a very good presentation, especially because this is the areas where we really lack, the water engineers lack. This is the really it's a need of the hour to go for the digital water. Thank you so much, Mr. Prasant. Now I will invite. We have got two more speakers. I will invite Engineer Pramod to make the presentation. Yeah, please. We'll be given the 10 minutes time for the presentation and 5 minutes will be for the discussion. What we'll do, we'll have a presentation for all the three speakers, and then after we can open for the discussion. Hello.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Chairperson and fellow participant, I am Pramod Renapurkar from Deen Dayal Research Institute, Krishi Vigyan Kendra, Sambhajinagar. Today I am pleased to present my paper on the study on cost economics for the construction of low-cost water storage structures in the bid districts. We are working under the inspiration of Pandit Deen Dayal Ji Upadhyay, who gave us the integral humanism thoughts, and the Bharat Ratna Nanaji Deshmukh. Deen Dayal Research Institute believes in the total transformation through holistic development with the people's initiative and the participation. Deen Dayal Research Institute works in Delhi, Uttar Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra's remote areas such as the Gonda, Chhatrapati and Bid districts. In the Bid districts, average rainfall is only 699 millimeter with the 41 number of the average rainy days in a year. Actually, the land is available with the farmers, human skills are available with the farmers, but the missing is the only water. If we provide sufficient water and the water storage facility, it will be definitely encase the available resources. There are several problems in the Bid district related to the waters, and in which the major problem is the water scarcity. There is inadequate and uneven distribution of the rainfall, and nowadays the frequency of dry spells are increasing, which affects on the crop yield, which leads to less agriculture yield and migration in Bid districts also. To overcome these problems, several programs are taken by the Deen Dayal Research Institutes since last 2-3 decades. Inspired by the thoughts of the revered Nanaji Deshmukh, the Dhanyata Abhiyan was successfully conducted under the esteemed presence and guidance, in which the water tanks siltation will be removed with the people's participation. And I think this is the first of its kind with people's participation. This work was completed for 1 month period in the 1988. In collaboration with the Second Irrigation Commission Sambhajinagar, at Sambhajinagar, we have conducted workshop on Wanjra Valley Water Management's conference, and I think this conference yielded valuable recommendations for the State Irrigation Department informing the irrigation development projects. We have imparted rainwater harvesting and micro irrigation system at Institute's farm, and we serve as a model for farmers demonstrating the benefits of the rainwater harvesting and sustainable water management practices. In 6 villages, we have make model villages of water conservation programs, creating the various works, nala deepening and widening, gabion structures, borewell recharge, farm bonding, and that too with people's participations. Water storage facility, we think that every farmers have to be right to water facility, and for that we have worked with 30 marginal farmers from 5 blocks of the Bid districts. The objective of this our study is that the construction of the natural fibers and ferrocements water tanks, and the study of its effectiveness, cost effectiveness, various properties such as durability, etc., and the use of this stored water for the irrigation's effect on the crop yield. We have taken we have conducted several training programs, especially for the farmers, masons, and the students of the Polytechnic and Engineering College. And the key takeaways from that the importance of the nature, they importance of these natural fibers, cement water tanks, ferro cement water tanks, step-by-step procedure, construction procedures, hands-on experience was given, and from these trainings, we have to know that the farm beneficiaries taken the design principles, material selection, and the construction materials availability. So here, with 30 small and marginal farmers who have no availability of water storage facility, we contact to that farmers, and the farmers constructs the natural fiber cements, ferro cements below ground and above ground. This is the first low-cost water storage structures, especially the size we advise to the farmers is, as per his requirement, is 10,000 liters. The dimension are 5 meter by 3 meter at top and 3 meter and 1 meter at bottoms with the depth of 1 meter. Procedure is very easy. Our layman rural masons can understand and follow easily. This water tank is completed in 2 days. In first days, pre-coat of plaster, laying of coconut coir and applying cement slurry over it. On the second days, applying 2 coat of plaster, ghotais, and the border preparation is the work completed. The cost of the same coconut coir cement tank is only rupees 2.52 per liter. This is the total cost. In farmers' construction, farmers gave their service in the excavation work, in the serving to the masons, and the cost is reduced up to 2 rupees only. So this is the very cost effective coconut coir cement tank. Without adding the steel, we can construct this coconut coir cement water tank. The second one is that's a ferro cement tank below the ground. The dimensions are the same, capacity is the same. Instead of coconut coir, here we use weld mesh, chicken mesh, and make plaster and completed these tanks. These tanks, 9 tanks are to be constructed at farmers' fields by the farmers, and the cost of this ferro cement tank comes 2.99 rupees per liter. Again, it will be reduced up to 2.40 when the farmers give their own family services in this work. So here the ferro cement tank above the ground, which is also useful for the community and agriculture purpose. We know that the chicken mesh plus cement sand mortar is the ferro cement, but as the chicken mesh does not stand for its own, so here 6 mm and 8 mm steel bars are used, and the skeleton tanks are prepared, and after plastering the construction was completed. So various dimensions, 10 feet diameter with 4 feet height, about 8,800 liters, 10 feet diameter with 5 feet height, another 2 ferro cement tanks was constructed by the farmers, and the cost of the same is the rupees 6.22. It is the total cost. When we collect the only ferro cement tanks cost, it will be comes up to 3.94 rupees only. So this is one is also video can be played. Sound please. The farmer who are benefit from this tank is explaining. Is there a sound? He is explaining that this technology is very much beneficial for him, and as a community water tank, it was used for the animal
लोकांसाठी किंवा सांडपाण्यासाठी लोकांसाठी आम्हाला खूप मदत व्हायची आहे हौदाची. आता सध्या आपण पाहतो की आम्ही काय करतो, सध्या पलीकडे आपलं थोडं काम चालू आहे आणि हे पूर्ण जोडून घेतो आणि त्याच्यानंतर आमच्याकडे थोडं लाईटचा प्रॉब्लेम असल्यामुळे आम्ही त्याचं रियूजसाठी खूप चांगल्या प्रकारे त्याचा वापर केला जातो आणि ही टेक्नॉलॉजी आम्हाला म्हणजे पहिल्या वेळेसच बघायला भेटली आणि आम्हाला त्याचा खूप म्हणजे चांगल्या प्रकारे उपयोग आणि कमी खर्चामध्ये त्याचा बनवून पण त्याचा
The water stored in this tank is to be used for the protective irrigation to crops, especially during the dry spell, for irrigation to the vegetable plots, forage crops, orchard crops, and also useful for the domestic purpose. Also useful for the spraying in Kharif and Rabi seasons for clean water. And here we can see the output of this low-cost water storage structures. Stored water is average 33% increase as the several other technologies to be adopted by the farmers from KVKs, Krishi Vigyan Kendra projects, and result is that the 33% yield was increased. Some of the case studies here we can see that this one is a farmer
मग हे आपलं ह्याच्यापासून
Having 2
फायदा
acre
तर
of
बोरमध्ये
land.
पाणी ह्याच्यात टाकायचं आणि ठिबकला जोडून ह्या मोटरला
is rearing, goat rearing,
लाईट
poultry rearing.
साठा करून ठेवायचा.
He used the
आणि
water
जोवर चलेल
from
तोवर
the
समजा
stored
तिथं
water tank.
शिल्लक आहे तोवर असं
For
वीज
this
येतात तिकडून.
poultry,
आणि कमी पडल्यावर त्याच्यामध्ये टाकून मग पुन्हा
And
इथून
earning
पुढचं हे वीज येतात ही
a good
कमी
amount
पाणी आलं की ह्याच्यामध्ये टाकून यायचं आणि ह्याच्यातून पुन्हा मग ठिबकला झाडं बिडं आपलं
Under this program.
भाजीपाला कोंबडी लेंडी खाण्याकरता आपलं
this one
माझं
another
नाव
case studies.
मोतीराम साखरे. तर ह्या औदामुळे आमचा बराच फायदा झाला. ते भिजणं आमच्याकडे पाणी होतं, थोडस लय पाणी नव्हतं. ह्या औदामुळे आमचं चांगलं व्हायला लागले, कारण
He
कधी
is telling that this water is very much useful for her family.
झाडं आमचे
He planted,
मजबूत
survived
राहतात
the
त्याच्यामुळे.
mangoes, guavas, peach
जनावरांचं
and
भार
coconut
लागले.
plants on this stored
जनावरांना पाणी
water.
नव्हतं, कारण
He
light
cult-
नसली
She
की पाणी
cultivates
नव्हतं.
vegetable,
आता ह्या हौदामुळे
okra, chili,
आम्हाला
coriander
झाडाला
and
पाणी
give the
भेटायला,
protective
जनावरांना
irrigation
पाणी
from this stored
भेटायला.
water.
आंघोळ धुण्याचं सगळं भाग
She
आहे
has
आमच्यावर.
2 buffaloes. From
ह्याच्यामुळे
the
आमचं असं
milk,
एवढं भाग
he
आहे की
also
त्यावर
earns
कृपा केली म्हणायचं
such
आमच्यावर.
nice amount of income from this
ह्याच्यावर
stored
5
water.
गुंठी भेंडी आणि 40 झाड आंब्याचं भिजतंय. 10 झाड ह्याचे आहेत, नारळाचे झाड आहेत 10, पुन्हा अंजीरचे 10 आहेत आणि जांबाचे 10 आहेत. एवढे ठिबकवर सगळं भिजतं ह्याच्यावर.
This one another one farmer, he stored his borewell water in the storage tank and then he lift the store water for the irrigation. This one is the farmer on hilly slope. He take the water tank by gravity irrigation method. He used the stored water. He cultivate forage crop for his animals, goats. He planted orchards, mango orchards, and these are the IIT Mumbai's students of PG and PhD students here to take study on the various issues of these water storage tanks. This one is the farmer who has earlier he has no facility of water also and not water storage facility also. So he hired tankers, collect the waters and store in our tanks and use for the domestic purpose. Last year he take a borewell. Now he is growing from that water vegetable and earning 7,000 to 8,000 rupees. So with this we can summarize that these ferrocement water tanks have the high strength and versatile. Any unskilled labor also construct these tanks, and the cost effectiveness here we can see that rupees 2.99 liter for the below ground and 3.84 liter for the above ground. The very cost effective, this is a natural fiber, that is coconut coir cement water tank, and we must promote this technology as it is very much cost effective, rupees 2.52 rupees per liter, and government should support to this technology as it is eco-friendly also. So with this, thanks to all and we can definitely use this low-cost construction technology for the storage tank in the rural areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pramod. You have nicely presented it's a wonderful case study on the big districts, especially the water structures, source water structure, low-cost water structures is really important, very important. See, the government of India and the state governments, they have got lot of such projects. As a water engineer, I can say that we are not concentrating enough efforts, especially for the source sustainability. Source sustainability is such a thing, because we go on implementing the water supply scheme based on the surface water as well as the groundwater, but we are not, working for the source sustainability. This is going to be the big challenge if you don't take such, perspectives. We have got the Catch the Rain, various other programs for the water recharging, water harvesting. Still, we are not able to do that. This really that, we can have a decentralized water storage system, we can have a centralized storage system, but we have to concentrate not only the quantity as also the quality. Our water supply can be based on this, sources, the decentralized sources, especially for the village water supply system. Thank you so much, Mr. Pramod. It's a wonderful presentation. It's a eye-opener. Certainly this can be replicated in other districts also, so that we are not only for the irrigation purpose, but also the water supply purpose also, how best we can restore the rainwater, and that can be utilized for the water supply as well for the irrigation purpose. Thank you so much. Now I will request Ina Forniker for his presentation.
Welcome, sir. Welcome to all audience for presentation on analysis and remedies for some deficiencies in bladder air vessel. I am Pavnikar and I am PhD scholar from Government Engineering College, Amravati, and my guide is Dr. Rai, Associate Professor of the Government College of Amravati. Air vessel is very versatile water hammer control device. In fact, this is the device which can be used for both minimum pressure for reducing pressure as well as restricting the high pressure, and that's why this is very commonly used water hammer control device. Earlier it is conventional air vessel where there are 5-level controls. Water and air are in contact with each other. Air gets partly dissolved in water, and that's why air has to be replenished. So there are some problems in that probes are required to be cleaned every now and then. There are some issues with compressor also. Compressor doesn't develop adequate air to replenish whatever air is lost in dissolution. So these days, instead of conventional air vessel, bladder air vessels are strong container for replacing the conventional air vessel. But there are number of problems in bladder air vessel. Some failures are reported, and I'll be attempting to address those issues. There are similarities in bladder air vessel as well as conventional air vessel. Both are suitable for both pressure drop as well as controlling rise in the pressure, and this is suitable for any characteristic of the pipeline, whether ascending, descending, whether which have ups and down, convex as well as concave. But there are differences. In conventional air vessel, air and water are in contact, that's why air is lost. and it has to be replenished by the compressor. In case of bladder vessel, air is either in bladder or outside the bladder, but in the vessel itself, not in contact with each other, so air is not lost, so that is the big advantage. Now, there are two types of bladder air vessel. First case is water in the bladder, and second is water outside and air in the bladder. There are some merits and demerits. In case of bladder, in case of water in the bladder, air is bladder does not come in contact with metallic part of the vessel. Air is cushions, and that is the advantage. In case of bladder air vessel with air inside, point of suspension is only one at the top, and that's why it keeps on working, oscillating, and that creates a problem. There is a grill at the bottom, so when during downsurge, when air expands, bladder comes in contact with metallic part, gets rubbed and gets damaged. So these are the problems. Depending on another issue is, if the bladder fails, we do not get airy signal, and bladder cannot be stored because otherwise it gets hardened and it will not be reused. So bladder has to be freshly manufactured and procured. It takes long time, and shutdown for 3 to 6 months is required. I will be attempting also to do what can be done in case of such emergency measure. Important thing is, as I said, difference is there is no air loss in the bladder, but you cannot replenish air also. So in the initial stage itself, when we are injecting air, that time adequate quantity of air is required to be ensured, which is not necessary in case of conventional pressure, because you can add air, but here we cannot add any air. Now basic formula for this gas law, which is a well-known formula, P1 into V1 upon T1 is equal to P2 V2 upon T2. Now here important thing is, what normally people make mistake, T is they take temperature, thermometer temperature. No, it is Kelvin temperature, 273 plus whatever is the thermometer temperature. Pressure is also absolute pressure, because in case it is not in contact with atmosphere. So atmospheric pressure plus gas pressure is the pressure, and that with this correction, this formula are required to be used. Now, since adequate quantity of air is required to be filled at the time of commissioning only, so that time bladder air vessel, it is completely, water is drained fully and we feed the air. So whatever pressure is developed, that pressure should be adequate to ensure that air volume is adequate. Air volume in case of air vessel is very important. If air volume is less, then pressure drop cannot be controlled and vacuum can be created, and that also can be a cause for bladder failure. So for pre-charging air pressure, the formula which can be derived from P1 V1 upon T1 is constant is P0 V0 V1 up with ratio. Now, since air cannot be filled at our will, so initially air is required to be filled, which should be suitable for temperature in summer season as well as very low temperature in winter season. And air expansion contraction can take place due to variation in temperature. So maximum air temperature which comes in Rajasthan, rather it can be in global situation 273 plus 46. Of course in Rajasthan we get, at times we get 50, but 50 is very prohibitive temperature, we cannot work. So when we are refilling air, that time temperature I have taken 46 degree. So maximum temperature becomes 319 Kelvin, corresponding, but water temperature is lower. Water temperature will be about 300, less by 20 centigrade, and lowest water temperature in winter, that can be 10 degree water temperature. Atmospheric temperature may be 0, but water temperature will be higher. Now, for charging, what we do, first we completely dewater the vessel, water is drained fully, air pressure is developed, and whatever air pressure we develop, that should be adequate to give initial air volume. So here air is filled, air is allowed to cool down, and water is admitted, and it has to attain water temperature. So I have split that in two processes. One is air to be filled, and it is cooled. It is cooled to. Physically it is not cooled, but it is considered temperature as water temperature. So accordingly I worked out the formula. And it is observed that when air is cooled to water temperature, air volume reduces by 6%, and for which correction factor of 6.4% is required to. So 6.4% higher pressure is required to be built up. Now, during normal operation also air volume reduces, because in summer water temperature is high, whereas in winter water temperature is very, very low. So in winter the air volume reduces to 5.67%, and for which correction factor is required 6.4%. So there are two reductions, one when we cool down from atmosphere to water temperature in summer, as well as second time from summer temperature during normal operation, from summer temperature air reduces because it is cooled down to winter temperature, which is 10 degree. So considering this correction factor, if we set the pressure initially itself 13% higher, that correction factor is 1.13, then we need not have to bother about taking temperature reading. This is the global formula. Universally it can be adapted in India in every place. So formula is P1 is equal to steady state pressure, steady state volume, initial air volume multiplied by 1.13. Another issue is, in case of bladder air vessel, is margin is required, which bladder vendors normally claim no margin is required, because air doesn't get dissolved in water. Air doesn't get dissolved in water is the part, but there are other reasons also. Just like one reason is because water temperature cools down. Now, so our air volume, initial air volume should be such that it is adequate for temperature which is the lowest volume. When during summer the temperature rises and air volume increases, we should be able to have margin to compensate for that, and for which 6% margin is required. Using the same formula, P1 V1 upon T1 is equal to P2 in the normal formula. Similarly, during operation, our formula for isothermal expansion is P1 V into V1 is constant temperature at constant temperature. Second formula, adiabatic expansion, is no air added or no air is taken out from the fluid. So that formula, that is P1 V1 equal to 1.4. Now, so far in air vessel, it is neither isothermal process neither nor adiabatic process, and that exponent is 1.2, which is normally used. Now 1.2 is also, it can change depending on the volume of the air vessel. For small vessel, since expansion takes place in a very short time, there is no, it will be as near to isothermal case. So it will be, exponent will be equal to 1. So for larger air vessel, it will take longer time, exponent will be near to 1.4. So usually, exponent assumed for design purpose is 1.2, but at times it can be 1.175. This is found out by Dr. Thorle. He has done lot of research on that, and if exponent, value of the exponent reduces, then air volume also increases, and for that margin is required. So that margin works out 3.8%. Now, so far our pumping operations are concerned, throughout the year, discharge cannot remain constant. In rainy season, water level is high, so static head on the pump reduces, with the result that discharge increases. That is one reason. Second reason is frequency variation. Speed of the motor, speed of the pump is directly proportional to frequency, and for frequency, tolerance levels are plus minus 3%. So 3% increase in the frequency causes 3% increase in discharge, and correspondingly about 3% increase in the discharge. So that is another reason. So 10% could be due to lower head operation, also due to friction factor. Initially when pipe is new, friction will be less, so 10% will be there. This 6%. Another is tolerance in Q of the pump. When we test the pump, there is a tolerance plus minus 5%, 6%, 4% depending on that. And even if discharge of the pump is higher by 4% or 6%, whatever is the code, whether it is grade A or grade B, we have to accept the pump. But the result will be that in the field, discharge will be high. So that can be plus minus 6%. So total is 19%. But all this cannot happen at the same time. So overall we can consider that discharge can increase by 10%. And field experience also shows lot of, we are running the water supply scheme for 40-50 years very well. And overall increase in the discharge is found that it can be up to 10%. So for that, now if discharge increases, air volume also increases. Now there are two investigators. One is Dr. Stephenson from South Africa, another is Parmiakian from USA. They have carried out a lot of research, and they observed that if discharge increases by 10%, minimum pressure reduces by 5%. And for that, these are their charts. On y-axis, minimum pressure, and x-axis is the pipeline. So this shows that if discharge increases by 10%, minimum pressure required reduces by 5%. This is graph from by Parmiakian. These are the, I will not narrate this formula, but basic is if discharge increases by 10%, then minimum pressure reduces by 5%. And in that case, maximum air volume maximum air volume increases by 5%, and net result is 4.4% margin is required in the air vessel to cater for leaks. So another thing is vacuum should not happen in the air vessel. If air expands due to some reason, increase in the discharge, reduction in the index, a vacuum should not get created, otherwise bladder can be pulled down, and that is one of the reasons many bladders have failed. So this summary of margin, variation in air volume due to seasonal variation of air temperature from summer to winter at about 6%, variation in exponent 3.8%, increase in discharge of the pump for 10%, increase in discharge 4.4%, and preventing vacuum condition 5% is required. So total works out 19.2, minimum 25% margin in case of bladder vessel is recommended. And if normally my sorry, okay. So 25% margin should be provided. My own observation is that generally vendors they provide only 3%, 4% or maximum 10% margin, and that is the one of the reason why many bladders have failed. Now here air we cannot inject the air at our as we require, as we can do in conventional air vessel. In case of bladder vessel, air cannot be reinjected, but it is necessary to check every 3 months or 6 months whether air is adequate or not. If air is not adequate, then water hammer control will not be up to mark, and pipeline may, if low pressure is very low, pipeline can collapse if due to vacuum condition. If pressure is high, pipeline can burst. So every 3 to 2 months this should be checked, and for that just we have to take a shutdown. Take shutdown, find out what is the pressure and whether that pressure is what we have during pre-charging, what pressure we have developed, whether that pressure is from that or not. Next. Now, as I said, there are number of cases where bladder have failed, and since bladder cannot be stored, it takes about 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. In one case, it has taken 6 months to procure the bladder, and that time air vessel was not available for controlling the water hammer. Then people resort to other techniques, just like instead of running 4 pumps, run 3 pumps, run 2 pumps, and that way. But that nearly creates a lot of stress. Here I am proposing, in fact I am trying also this in case of Aurangabad scheme, where bladder vessels are there, that if bladder fails, immediately we can use it as conventional air vessel, and we can control water hammers. For that, just like in conventional air vessel, side glass should be installed, level should be marked. Now if bladder punctures, what? It will be normal, air and water will be in contact with each other. So it will function, it can function as a conventional air vessel, provided we can inject the air. So air can be, in case of just like conventional air vessel, air will be at the top. Marking is there, you can see it. Compressor we can hire from market, and it can be done, and care can be taken that adequate air water level is at the upper emergency level. So with this case, I mean, the moment air bladder fails, it can be used as a conventional air vessel, and our water hammer protection can be achieved. Now bladder is a very important component in case of bladder, and bladder keeps on, shapes of the bladder keeps on changing very rapidly, very frequently. Now just first figure on the left top, when when we are filling the air, this case I have taken water outside and air outside and water inside. So bladder completely contracts and it is filled with water. So that is one shape. And bottom corner, at the bottom, left hand bottom, water is inflowing. So bladder again gets inflated, and that is a shape change. Third is during water hammer. Now consider just case of 5 kilometer rising main. And for 5 kilometer rising main, water hammer cycle will be 20 seconds. Out of 20 seconds, in 5 seconds, the bladder expands. In another 5 seconds, bladder again contracts fully. So at a very rapid rate, shape is changing, and that creates a lot of stress in the bladder, and bladder fails. Thank you. Thank you.
Vaidya ji, I would like to speak few words about sir. I would like to inform all the delegates and who are present here. Ponikar sir is a veteran figure for our department, Maharashtra Jivan Pradhikaran. He is retired SE mechanical from our department, and we have very high regards for him. He's like, I don't have words, like very veteran figure and very expert. And even at the age of 80, he is pursuing PhD in Amravati University. And I'm also very overwhelmed to let you know that for this city water supply scheme, which is very mammoth project, like we have 2.5 meter dia of MS pipeline, and pressure, the total pressure, that is static and water hammer pressure, is almost 300 meters. So we had consulted many premier institutes to do the water hammer analysis, but I was not satisfied with all those water hammer analysis. So finally we approached sir, and he has given the perfect diagnosis for that and beautiful solution. And I think we civil engineers often neglect water hammer in any of the projects. Like that is the least thing we address. But I think being civil engineer, we should also take care of water hammer and surge analysis, because that is something which is going to keep the health of raw water rising main in good condition for the entire design life of the scheme. And sir has beautifully designed, and even if you see the presentation, he has excellently characterized the bladder, importance of bladder, what happens when like various factors affecting the bladder. Like all this deep analysis is very much required when you are actually fixing or choosing the surge devices. Earlier in the scheme it was bladder vessels, but as sir said, we had experiences that in 3-4 cases the bladder vessels have failed. So finally I resorted to air vessel and compressed air, but sir has given beautiful solution. So, and this paper, I think it is very very important कि हर सिविल इंजीनियर को ये mechanism और इसका philosophy समझना बहुत ज़रूरी है. And again I would like to thank Ponikar sir. At the age of 80, he has come to present this, and he has given such a beautiful analysis, and also he visited our site twice for this. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Ponikar. It's a wonderful presentation. What Madam President said, I have got interaction with Dr. Ponikar. While writing the chapters for the CPHEO, I took a lot of help from him. It's a wonderful. His authority on the, especially on the hammer, water hammer. Really is, he has presented nicely about this, water hammer, especially for the deficiency, how to overcome the deficiency in the air vessels, bladder, especially the bladder air vessel. Thank you so much, Nautica sir. Because this is the session for the sustainability prospecting, it's very important. Well, luckily we have, two presentation, the source sustainability and one presentation on the function sustainability. We have got a different sustainability like the source sustainability, fund sustainability and the function sustainability. These are very important, especially for the water engineers, water supply engineers. And really we are lucky to have, these three presentation here. Especially for the source sustainability, I can say that, it is going to be the big challenge before the water engineers. And if you don't, work at this stage, that's the reason that, I advocate, or especially, for the prospecting. What's the source, water source prospecting, especially the groundwater source prospecting and the surface water prospecting, so that we can tag each and every water supply system with the sources, with the different options, so that we can resolve the issues which have been encountered in the future. This is very important. Now it's open for the discussion. I will invite questions from the audience and then from dais for Dr. Prasad. Please. If you have any question, please put before Dr. Prasad. No questions. I think it was very good presentation. That's the reason that, you don't have any questions before Dr. Prasad. Now I will invite a question for Dr. Pramod. For the case study in the bead districts, it is wonderful, especially the involvement of the people, participation of people for planning, for the construction of the low-cost water source. This is very important, and especially the participation is very important, especially for the decentralized water source management. And he has beautifully presented this case study. Any question from your side? Please. Dr. Pramod, I have a question, You have discussed about the quantity, especially this case study, especially for the, you presented for the irrigation purposes. Because as a water supply engineers, I would like to know how best we can utilize this, your case study, how do you can replicate, especially for the water supply system. And how best we can, incorporate the quality aspect. This is very quality. This is not only the quantity, also quality. Water quality is very important, and that will be very important, especially for the water supply system. What is your opinion on that?
Several small water tanks are to be constructed in the villages for the water supply. And these tanks to be constructed by these technologies will be help to reduce the cost of the our project of the water supply. And this one is the one.
Not only the construction, because the management is is going to be the big challenge. We can construct the big schemes, and certainly the management is important. And that's the reason that I put a question before you. How best we can manage this system? Because this decentralized system need to be managed for the water quantity as well as the water quality. How can you increase the water quantity as well? How can you maintain the water quality? These two aspects, I think, I will suggest to incorporate for the further study. Yeah. Now I'll invite questions from audience and dais for Dr. Panikar. Yeah.
Hello. Sir, I know little about this surge analysis, and when I was in Jacobs, I did 2-3 surge analysis for UK projects. just my question and my understanding, I want to clarify that what the shape changes you shown is, I think, for the high pressure, when it creates high pressure in the system. But shape changes is different when it creates a vacuum in the system. Just correct me if I'm wrong.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, little bit, you take your mic near to your mouth.
Okay. Yeah. See, water hammer is first pressure drop. Initially, when the pump stop due to power failure, initially low pressure wave is created and
Yes.
pressure drops over entire length of the pipeline.
Correct.
So that time air in the bladder expands,
Yes. And it releases
water flows into the
system,
pipeline.
into the
so
system.
there is a shape change.
Hmm.
During return flow, water
compresses.
rushes into the bladder
And it compresses.
and bladder swells.
Yeah.
So that is also shape change. And this shape changing taking place in a very short time, maybe rather 2 seconds to 20 seconds.
Yes. The main advantage in this bladder vessel is it can also resist the two simultaneous occurrence, consecutive occurrence of the any upsurge or downsurge. That I know. It is very advantageous.
No, upsurge and downsurge both even bladder air vessel has to control both upsurge as well as downsurge.
Yeah, that is what I'm telling.
Yeah.
If it is happens continuously in the system, it is effective than the normal conventional vessel.
No, but that causes a stress in the bladder.
Yeah.
I mean, so why the bladder material has to be suitable.
Yes.
In fact, this is still in very preliminary stage in India.
Yes.
So bladder failures are rather more frequent in our case in India. I do not know much about international field, but there are manufacturers like Burmad, etc. Since they are selling, maybe if they have come across this. In our case, the bladders have failed a number of times.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Very nice presentation, sir, on surge analysis, and definitely it will help to our city also. My one small question is, if suddenly we open the valves or if suddenly pumps start, so, and if suddenly the water demand of the city suddenly increases as per the design or as per not the design, then what can be the remedies on this issue?
If water demand suddenly, there are storage tanks, MBRs are there, master balancing reservoir, reservoirs are there are balancing storage. So that balancing storage takes care of that meeting the shortfall in demand or meeting the increase in demand. And not, in fact, that's why we provide, balancing capacity we provide based on mark balance.
Is there any question, further questions from audience? Yeah, please, uनको mic.
Good evening, good morning to all of you, and Mr. Pavnikar sir, very good presentation. Myself, Prafulla Nathu from Ananta Hydro Engineers. My question is regarding the air and use in the bladder as well as the regular vessel. In place of air, can we use any gas which is not dissolved in the water? It will solve the air vessel problem in place of bladder if we are using. Is there any gas which can use, which is not dissolved in the water?
In some countries, nitrogen is used.
Yes.
But still it is not proven.
Because many times when we are using the hydro test for the large pipes or large equipment, many times we are using the nitrogen as the hydro testing. So the same technique can we use in these things so that the air dissolution problem can solve?
No, that is still, research research is required to be done, that it could be case. But so far, as on today, air is the only used very frequently.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
There are some cases of nitrogen being used, but very few. Not much reports are published.
Thank you.
Perhaps cost
Sir.
of the particular gas is also a factor for you. The only air is considered. That may be perhaps a consider. Perhaps cost may be a factor for that and to give the provision for nitrogen. So you are considering the air itself. That may be the reason. And moreover, I have seen a correlation between the first paper and the third paper, because in case of that dam failure, the provision of surge tank is also a great factor. I have also studied, and I have some 6 papers in the study of 6 dams of the Northeastern Electric Power Corporation, NEPCO, a government of India undertaking. So perhaps there is a correlation I find between both the papers. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sir, is there a IS code for bladder material, whether it is good or standard?
Yeah, no, because of time constraint, bladder material could not be covered.
My question regarding this economic section of water storage structures. Generally what you have explained is mostly suited to irrigation system, I think. But for water supply it is very difficult, because those tanks can be constructed only on the ground. Not elevated tanks we cannot construct like what your materials usually do. It is very difficult to construct these overhead tanks, elevated tanks. What do you say about that?
We are working up with the small and marginal farmers, and they have the small lands available with them, and the water storage structure for that protective irrigation purpose, for domestic use purpose only we are...
Only we can construct for irrigation purpose, not for water supply.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sir, I will just add to your question, especially in Marathwada, and especially looking at the drought condition of the villages that he explained, really Parali, I think, and Parali in Beed district. So there is a problem of water scarcity, and to overcome that water scarcity, this small structure can be very much important, and it is also cost effective also, so that each and every farmer can have that particular water structure in his farm.
I congratulate all 3 eminent speakers for beautifully presenting their paper. Really it's wonderful, and then I thanks them. I thank audience for patience hearing. I extend my thanks to the management for providing opportunity to chair this technical session. Thank you so much.
Sir, we have 2 questions for Pavnikar sir. We use the non-return wall in front of farm, and there is no non-return wall on rising main throughout the length. Generally it is a sudden closure of the NRV. What that time affects on water hammer. And another question is, we use the vessels on rising main to avoid the water hammer. My question is that, is there any analysis after rupturing the pipeline due to water hammer or due to workmanship or pipe material?
Can you repeat your question? I could not really get.
What is the wall closure time? We use the non-internal wall of a sudden closure. What it affects on water hammer? And another question is there any study or any findings if the pipe ruptures is it due to water hammer or is it due to pipe quality material or workmanship?
If non-determined closure is delayed, then the pressure rise is higher. If closure of non-determined is delayed.
Okay.
As regards burst, I mean it has to be, if the pipe has burst, when the power has failed, then it is due to water hammer. Not under normal cases.
See, I think your first question was, we only have one NRV near the pump. But what we have done in this scheme, we have also placed one NRV after the approach bridge where the pipe dips into the ground profile. There we are actually accumulating all the surge, and there we have placed the surge vessels so that surge doesn't come all the way to the pump. And secondly, when you say about the ruptures, what sir has done, though our this total pressure is around 300 meters, but then he has dampened that surge to almost 235 meters, that is 1.5 times of the static pressure. So in no case the pipe is going to burst, because pipe's capacity is more than actually 300 meters, but we have dampened the surge to 1.5 times of static pressure. So in no way that surge is going to be above the capacity which it can withstand. So this is how water hammer devices help.
Thank you, thank you.
This is the question for, I'm Farooq Ahmed from Kashmir. I'm basically a mechanical engineer. Been, designing irrigation, pumping mains at Karavas and all that. Maybe the dia was more than 1 meter, but we could find frequently water hammer, coming to near to the pump house. What is the role of, zero velocity valves which we should introduce in the pumps? You have any preference for that? Thank you.
Zero velocity valve. Firstly, K value of zero velocity valve is very high. I mean, K value of normal non-return valve is about 2.5 what is given in the manual. Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Now in case of zero velocity valve, K value will be bit higher, maybe about 3. So we found head loss works out very high, and that becomes energy wise very costly affair. So zero velocity valve is not a water hammer solution for it.
Oh, I see. Thank you, sir.
In fact, in manual, in recent manual, whatever latest manual, published revised manual, in that it's clearly written that non-return valve, these are factors are to be evaluated before selecting non-return valve as a water hammer control device.
All right, sir. Thank you. Thank you. I think we are going to have a second session. This is better to conclude at this stage. Request participants to contact the eminent speakers in the tea breaks or whatever. This better.
Sir, last question. Sir, this is Tushar Tekavade. Sir, I just have one question. While commissioning the scheme in initial stages, the rising men may have very much debris and sludge in that. So while charging, we should take this water hammer devices or surge system in the circuit, or after completely filling up the line, then we should take these devices in the circuit. Means what should be the commissioning methodology for this?
Can you come with a brief, because put the direct question. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, come closer. We are not able to hear you. Yeah.
Sir, I have clear, plain question, sir. What should be the commissioning methodology? Commissioning methodology. While first time charging the rising main, that rising main may have many of the sludge or debris inside it. So, at the time of charging, we should take this air vessels or surge bladder vessels in the circuit, or they should be isolated while charging, and after complete line charging and cleaning, then we should take these surge devices in the line. Initial commissioning, sir, only.
I mean, there are no firm guidelines, but as a practical experience, I'll tell you, if there are multiple pumps, just start about 50% of pump, develop the pressure, then pre-charge, then start another remaining pump, and then finally develop this pressure.
No, sir, I have worries about the debris and sludge in the rising main itself while initial charging. Though after.
I would answer that as a chief engineer of this project. See, anyways, as sir said, we are not going to operate all the pumps. We'll be operating 50% or and maybe a single pump. So anyways, that surge will not be significant, and we did not take these devices into circuit because surge will be very less than what it is designed for. So it's better without taking these devices into circuit, we can flush the lines.
Yes. Thank you.
मिल गया आपका आंसर?
Yes. Thank you.
I think it's better to conclude this session,
Sir, one question.
We can discuss with him in the
Sir, last question.
Yeah, we have got a lot of queries because it's a very important subject to be dealt with. Certainly, I will request, participants to discuss during the tea time. Otherwise, you can contact on them, because he is the authority on the SARS management and management. Certainly, we have got different questions. I think I'll suggest that. Let's conclude it.
Sir, one last question regarding
management is,
Yes, my question is regarding.
That will be the last question. Okay.
Yeah.
Next session will be on immediately without tea break.
Yes, thank you for giving answer. I am Harshad from Diva Enterprises. We are manufacturer of surge vessel for both conventional and bladder vessel. So Pavnikar sir told ki my English is slow, so can we speak in Hindi? Okay. Thank you. सो पावनीकर सर ने जैसे बताया कि ब्लैडर के रप्चर्ड हुए हैं सर, जैसे एक 5 साल पहले या 3 साल पहले ब्लैडर के फेल्यूर हुए हैं, तो जब भी हम लोग ये यूज़ करते थे, यहाँ पे जब बहुत सारे क्लाइंट्स बैठे हैं, तो हम एमजेपी में हम लोग ने इंस्टॉल किए थे, तो ये रप्चर्ड के प्रॉब्लम हुए थे। पर 3 साल या 4 साल पहले हम लोग जो फॉर्मूलेज यूज़ करते थे सर, जो एमजेपी के कन्वेंशनल शीट्स थे, तो वो फॉर्मूलेज थे हमारे एयर वेसल के वॉल्यूम निकालने के लिए, और वही एयर वेसल के वॉल्यूम हम लोग कन्वर्ट करके ब्लैडर वेसल के वॉल्यूम में हम लोग पुट कर देते थे डॉक्यूमेंट्स पे। पर नाउ सर वी हैव अ सॉफ्टवेयर, वी हैव केवाई पाइप सॉफ्टवेयर, वी हैव सैप सॉफ्टवेयर। Okay, so now we are amended the material of bladder also. So ये bladder का problem है, तो ये solve हो गया है। और सर के जैसे उसमें questions थे कि वो हम लोग bladder की air कितनी है, water अंदर कितना है, उसके लिए भी हम लोग ने amendment लाए हुए हैं। तो ये सब client को पता चलना चाहिए, यही मेरा पावनीकर सर से सवाल था। और दूसरा संभाजीनगर स्कीम में सर ने बोले कि bladder vessel हम लोग air vessel में भी convert करके use कर सकते हैं अगर bladder ruptured हुआ है तो। पर वहाँ पे सर अगर ब्लैडर रप्चर का जो भी डायमेंशंस है, वो अगर बॉटम कनेक्शन लाइन का जो डायमेंशन है, इनफ्लो और आउटफ्लो, जैसे पानी जितना फ्लो से अंदर आना चाहिए और जितना फ्लो से बाहर जाना चाहिए, वो डिपेंड रहता है आपका सर बॉटम कनेक्शन लाइन पे। पर आपका ब्लैडर रप्चर 200 mm ही हुआ है, आपका बॉटम कनेक्शन लाइन 1000 mm है, तो वो प्रॉब्लम सर ऑक्योर हो सकता है एयर वेसल में।
Gentlemen, you have got many queries.
Yes,
better to discuss during the tea break.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Madam.
Give him a standing ovation and pray all my to give me good health.
Thank you.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay. Okay. Okay, bhai.
Let's conclude. Thank you so much.
Thank you, speakers. Now we will present mementos in the memory and felicitate by this way.
No, I have shared with so many. Let's go on. I've given the presentation before by
Our last session of this convention, now we will start. It is on NGO participation and meeting the water scarcity challenges is the topic. I invite Mr. Suhas Asgaonkar to come on the dais. He will talk on integrated watershed management and climate resilience, a study of Girsavali and Marsavali villages, Hulambri block. Asgaonkar sir. I invite Engineer Ullas Paranspe sir, and he is not here. I invite Dr. P.S. Kulkarni sir. Kulkarni sir. Ullas Kulkarni's presentation will be made by Brijesh Singh, Engineer Brijesh Singh. Ullas Paranspe's topic is a different approach to solve urban water problems with rainwater management, and Dr. P.S. Kulkarni's topic is groundwater potential and estimation of Deccan basaltic terrain of Maharashtra state, India. I then invite Milind Kelkar, Engineer Milind Kelkar. He will talk on rainwater harvesting, a need of the day. To chair the session, I invite Dr. D.D. Oza. Sir, please. Hello.
Namaskar. So it is last and an important session of this convention as per the organizer. So it is my profound privilege to chair this session, and the eminent scientists are presenting their valuable presentation in this session. Once again, I am thankful to the organizers for providing me an opportunity to chair this session. So may I invite the first speaker, Mr. Subhas Ajanukar. Thank you. The time allotment is 15 minutes. And after all presentation, we will have, the session will be open for discussion. Rather than after every presentation, we should invite the audience after all presentation for their discussion and queries.
Thank you. Sir.
Good morning.
I want to explain this. No. SPMS, sir. Yes. Yes. No, this is not. This is another one. Yeah. Yes, this is already done.
Good morning. Respected Chair, my guru sitting on dais here, distinguished delegates, and the Bhagirath who have come across the globe here. I am Dr. Suhas Ajgaonkar from Savitribai Phule Mahila Ekatma Samaj Mandal. Today I am going to present a case study and a model for how an integrated watershed, FPO and climate smart farming has delivered fantastic outcomes, which is benchmarked with Department of Land Resources in two villages, semi-arid villages of Maharashtra, Girsavli and Marsavli. Friends, our watershed lies at the ridge of Dudhna and Girja basin. These are tributaries of Godavari in Marathwada region. All we know that Marathwada is the land of saints and is now the land of farmer despair, suicide and discontent. On the other hand, long-term climate data from 1981 to 2019 shows high rainfall variability, declining monsoon reliability, and rising the minimum temperatures. By 2040, maximum temperature may be rise by 1% and a minimum by 2%, as are the predictions we are getting. This will increase the water demand and shorten the crop duration. Therefore, watershed planning today must be climate responsive and it should be with community connect. Here in the study, we have covered 943 hectares across Girsauli and Marsauli villages in Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. We benchmarked outcomes using DLR National Outcome Indicator Framework through groundwater monitoring of 30 wells. We have carried out crop yield analysis and household socio-economic surveys. For this, we have carried out a lot of interventions, particularly we have worked with ecological restoration. The program we call it as Jala Abhiyan, where we started with water literacy, then participatory tools, PRA, PRM, we have engaged people community with this work. And we go with sustainable strategies, and we also insisted on in-situ conservation. Also, we tried for safe drinking water. The basis of the all work is, of course, integrated watershed management. At the same time, we also insisted on the sustainable water resource development. The resources developed by government and the villagers, we restored them, and we also made or constructed new ones also. So, our model integrates watershed, farmer producers organization, and climate smart agriculture. These are the watershed interventions we have done in Marsauli and Girsauli villages. The results are quite visible. We distinctly find the visible results. Under the DOLR indicators, we recorded average groundwater rise of 2.9 meters. We have created storage capacity of 36.6 million liters and groundwater recharge of 109.7 million liters. Friends, the national benchmark is only of 1 to 1.5 meter rise of groundwater in 5 years. We achieved this in these 3 years. Marsauli shows the stable water tables here. While Girsauli is, though it is more vulnerable, also shows strong post-monsoon recovery, confirming the effective recharge. We have added, or we have coupled the watershed activity with agroecological farming, smart farming, considering climate resilience and climate change adaptability. This water security then translated into productivity, and the wonderful results we have got. Here are the crop productivity results, and that they have crossed the average yield of Maharashtra. Maize production increased by 53%, sorghum production by 65%, pearl millet by 68%. We have introduced soybean, sunflower, and many more crops. The cropping is now shifted from monocrop culturing to diversified and climate resilient systems are being adopted. The direct impact of the watershed activities is increase in cropland utilization index from 33% to 52%. It is quite visible. Watershed combined with natural farming, improved soil moisture, reduced runoff, increased soil fertility, and reduced chemical dependence, ensuring long-term land productivity, which is the key indicator, key outcome indicator of DOLR. While we consider this, that the productivity should be converted into money, we choose the livelihood options, and here we can say that the water with farm production, farm produce, reduces the life of farm produce. So here we also converted the threat of climate change, that warm climate is during the summer season, and we dehydrated vegetables and converted into livelihood option. So household incomes rise, the net household income rose from 38,000 to 52,000, which is above the farm income. The migration dropped by 70%, 40 families from now less than 10 families are migrating. The women SHGs adopted poultry, solar dehydration, tailoring, and so many things. The major impact indicator is the milk production have now crossed 3,000 liter per day. So this model is not just water, it is also livelihood resilience. And if we compare, this is the visible difference. Some key indicators other than these, that the motorcycle number is also increased. As the assurance of water is there, the number of wells have been increased. Toilet is also increased. Compared with, if we compare this with Telangana and Madhya Pradesh, where the water table rise is 1.5 to 2 meter in 5 years, we achieved 2.9 meter in just 3 years. Also in crop gains, we exceeded Karnataka watershed averages. This confirms the climate responsive watershed plus institutions performance better than structures, that means only watershed projects. So this is the program of rejuvenating farming ecosystem. India's agrarian crisis is not only about the water, but also for soil, markets and incomes, and also users also. So our approach integrates livestock, then horticulture, natural farming, and farmer collectives. This ensures round-the-year engagement of the farmers and rural youth and ecological balance. This IWMP shows watershed development is a climate adaptation and livelihood strategies, not a just watershed program. So, with outcomes exceeding national benchmarks, it is fully aligned with sustainable development goals, particularly 6, 13 and 15, clean water and sanitation, climate action and life on land, and it is now a replicable model for semi-arid India. Yes, these are some references, and thank you. I thank IWA for this platform. Our experiences proves that when water is linked to institutions and climate intelligence, sustainability is permanent. So, thank you. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya. Thank you. Bhavatu sabbam mangalam.
Thank you, Dr. Suhas, for your nice presentation. Now may I invite the representative of Engineer Ullas Pradhape. I think he... Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. I think all are in live position because we are in between lunch and breakfast. So we can have a thought. Actually, I am representing Mr. Ullas Paranjpe, myself Brajesh Sengar. I am a ex-executive engineer of Maharaj Jivan Pradhikaran and presently working as a project management consultant from Choice Consultancy at Pune, looking for the 92 projects of rural water supply schemes. So I start until the presentation start. I will share you something regarding Jalvardhani project from Ullas Paranjpe. He is a noble person because he is doing a lot of work in rural as well as urban area for the water restoration. By chance, due to some medical reason, he can't join us. So I present here to show you whatever it is in his mind. So he has constructed more than 500 water tanks in the rural area, directly into the villages where they require the tanks. They are not having sufficient storage, they are not having technology. So as in the previous session, Rajpurkar said, the low cost tanks of ferro cement tanks, that is cost only rupees 3.5 per liter. We are constructing RCC tanks at the cost of more than 15 rupees to 20 rupees per liter. It is costing quite high. Even the syntax tanks are costing more than 10 rupees. But these ferro cement tanks are costing only 3.5. And as Rajpurkar said, if you are making the underground reservoir using the coir, it costs only 2 rupees 50 paisa per liter. So it is a very economical solution. So this is being developed by the Ullas Paranjpe sir, especially in the Konkan, Raigad, and even outside of the Maharashtra, Rajasthan, Uttarakhand, MP, he has constructed many tanks. I too involved with their project and constructed a 30,000 liter tank. It is a closed tank. Top slab is top dome site. It is also costing 3 rupees 70 paisa at Bhilwara. So now this paper is for the other aspect, a different approach to the urban water. We all know India is a country of talabs. Are you aware? In every city we are having a number of in every city and even villages we are having a plenty of talabs. You might heard writer Anupam Kher. He has written Aaj Bhi Khare Hain Talab. It is a well-known book. So I share the quote so it will more emphasize the aspect of the वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग. तालाबों की सामाजिक और पर्यावरणीय भूमिका. तालाब सिर्फ पानी का भंडार नहीं, समाज की जीवन रेखा रहे हैं. बरसात में तालाब का भरना समृद्धि और उत्सव का कारण होता था. यह मैं आपको कुछ इसकी जिस्ट दिखा रहा हूं बुक्स की, जो उनके सारांश है। परंपराओं और समुदाय का सम्मिलन योगदान। गांव समाज मिलकर तालाब बनाते थे, मिट्टी से खुदाई लेकर पाल बनाने तक सब लोग साथ में काम करते थे। तालाब का निर्माण सामूहिकता, उत्साह और सामाजिक एकता का प्रतीक था। तालाबों के नाम, उनके प्रकार और स्थानीय परंपराएं जैसे जोहड़, ये राजस्थान में फेमस वर्ड है, पोखर, बंद, तालाब विस्तार से बताए गए हैं। तालाबों की नींव जो है वो शिखर तक की निर्माण प्रक्रिया जो रहती है, जैसे मिट्टी का खोदना, पाल बनाना तथा पानी को संचित करना, ये सब उस बुक्स में उन्होंने ढूंढ के डिस्क्राइब किया है। उपेक्षा के कारण कई तालाब सूख चुके हैं, कई तो खराब हो गए हैं, खत्म हो गए हैं। आपने देखा होगा कि आजकल जो ज़्यादातर जो टाउन्स हैं उसमें क्या हो गया कि तालाबों में सबसे सॉफ्ट टारगेट हो गए हैं एनक्रोचमेंट का। स्लम डेवलपर्स जो होते हैं या फिर जो बोलना नहीं चाहिए, पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस जो पीपल्स हैं, वो बहुत जल्दी इसको अप्रोच करके उसको टाउनशिप में चेंज कर देते हैं। वो एक सॉफ्ट टारगेट है। तो उपेक्षा के कारण कई तालाब सूख चुके हैं, मगर आज भी खड़े हैं और समाज का पानी संभाल रहे हैं। अभी now I start with the urban water approach. This is linked with the water reservation, water storage in urban as well as village area. So we are talking about the town. Yes, next please. Rainwater is a decentralized source of all sources in urban and rural area. To store on ground, yes. There are three steps. First, to store on ground as much as possible. Second, to store it in the subsoil and aquifer, what we are doing in the water conservation in tube wells and wells. And third step is to store it behind Bandhara Dam. From our own experience, it is possible to store and use 10% to 10% rainwater potential. As we know, most of the river water and groundwater is polluted because of the improper drainage arrangement in the town and encroachment. The only source which is the pure water, pure rainwater precipitation, hence we need to store and use it as a first source of water. This is possible for individual plot holder, apartment, group of people, wadi, village and city. आदि जल मग स्थल या म्हणजे ये मराठी में है, या मणीच्या आधारे प्राण्याची उपलब्धता बघूनच त्या जमिनीवर प्रकल्प सुरू करावे असे कौटिल्याने सांगितले आहे. सेकंड, स्टोर वाटर लोकली, इसकी जरूरत क्या है? रेन वाटर हमारे पास प्रचुर मात्रा में होता है, लेकिन हम उसको कहीं ना कहीं इसको स्टोर करें तभी हमारे लिए वो ऑफ पीरियड्स में यानी बरसात के बाद में यूज में आएगा. मनी एंड वाटर कैन बी यूज if they are stored. Money, everyone stores or collects, but not water. They are not thinking of water because it is a thought of a municipal corporation or gram panchayat in a rural area. It is general thought. At villages, storage facilities per house or land is negligible. I stay in Mumbai, and for entire population of Mumbai, rainwater is stored in dams away from the Mumbai. Within Mumbai, there are 3 lakes and service reservoirs. Apart from this, every society, apartment have underground and overhead water storage tank. If anyone starts storing water, means rainwater which is available every year without fail during monsoon, then in most of the part of the nation, water problem can be easily solved. It is one of the clear solution for the water availability. Rainwater potential examples. Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, we are taking the example of this town. It is having the area of 141 square kilometer. Annual rainfall is 734 mm. Let us work out for 1 hectare of land. Annual average rainfall is 734, say 0.7 meter. Hence potential of 1 hectare is 10,000 into 0.7, 7,000 cubic meter. Is it? Urban area water requirement is 135 for urban area, towns, whatever is required as per the CPHU manual. So yearly requirement will be 49,275 liters, say 50 cubic meter. Assuming only 10% water could be stored. अब अपन एक सिंपल एग्जांपल लेते हैं कि इसका सिर्फ अपन 10% अपन स्टोर कर पा रहे हैं, then 10% water will be sufficient for 700 divided by 50, that is for 14%. So in 1 hectare we can use, you can collect water for the 14 families. Assuming 50% water is reused, recycled, what is the water will be sufficient for the 7%. So total it will be 21. So per square kilometer 21 into 100, 2100. Hence about 141 square kilometer of the total town we can provide sufficiently day-to-day water of for the 2,96,000, say 3 lakh peoples. Is it? From our experience, storage 20% is possible. Hence, rainwater potential with reuse of water is sufficient for the 6 lakhs population. This is a table showing how much rainwater could be easily stored. If you are taking the, as we have taken the example of Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, we can use 6 lakh liter, we can serve 6 lakh of population. The total population of Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar is about 18 lakhs. So about 1/3 of the requirement could be fulfilled by the rainwater only, if you are saving the rainwater. Similarly, in case of Indore, we can use as per the area requirement of 530 hectare square kilometer, and annual rainfall is 1000. We can save water for the 30 lakhs population. For IITB, it is different, and for the BRC, we can store water for the 50,000, and Vadodara for 10 lakh population, for Pune 6 lakhs, and for Mumbai 62 lakh population could be served by the rainwater. Let us take a simple example. Whatever work has been done in towns, we are talking now only about the towns. In Keshav Shrashti Prakalp at Uttan Road, Bhayandar, West, Thane, Keshav Shrashti, which is spread around 200 acre. In the Madhuban Talav, they had stored water of 3 crore liter. In Jitavati Talav, 6 crore liter. Okay. In Madhuban, Jitavani Talav, Keshav Shrashti. In ISKCON Talasari, Maharashtra, ISKCON Talasari have about 35 acres of land. Every year by rainfall, with the annual rainfall of 2000 mm, 2,80,000 cubic meter of water could be collected. So far, following structures are developed at site. One pond is constructed of capacity about 15,000 cubic meter of water. Second pond is of 5,000 cubic meter. These ponds are without lining, and water is available for pond till February every year. Another example, pond photos of the both tanks, whatever they are created in ISKCON, and this is Hegdewar Rugnalay at Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. IWWA Mumbai Center members visited rainwater harvesting at Hegdewar Rugnalay at Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar on 4th June 25. About 11 lakh liters of rooftop rainwater is stored in a tank below the garden. I think you are aware of the Malabar Hill in Bombay. There a huge tank of water storage taken below the garden. On the same concept, it is constructed here in the Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. Dr. Gadgil, retired professor COP, they had constructed 17.3 lakh liter at Varneshwar, Goagarh Taluka, district Ratnagiri. These are the photo some of the pictures. Somaiya College, Kopargaon. Here 2 lakh liter rainwater storage tank is there. The manhole is in the second picture. In Nandu Fadke's house at Dapoli, district Ratnagiri, he has rainwater storage capacity of 1 lakh liter. Rooftop rainwater collected is sufficient for both of them for the entire year. We can see the video also. Can you play? It is a small example. We can put small steps over saving of the rainwater. If you are taking a small step, big work could be done. If you are preparing a house, we can store water below the garden, below the kitchen, below the drawing room. There are some examples. Sir Ullas Paranjpe sir has taken showing that.
पाणी ही माणसाची मूलभूत गरज आहे. पूर्वी लोकसंख्या कमी होती तेव्हा ती गरज नैसर्गिक जलस्रोतांमधून सहजपणे भागत होती. त्यासाठी थोडेच वैयक्तिक प्रयत्न पुरेसे होते. हळूहळू खेड्यांची नगरे, नगरांची महानगरे झाली. लोकवस्तीचा दाटपणा वाढला. जलस्रोत प्रदूषित होण्याची शक्यता वाढली. म्हणून महानगरांमध्ये सार्वजनिक जलव्यवस्था सुरू झाली. यात जलशुद्धीकरण, जलवितरण इत्यादींचा अंतर्भाव होतो. व शहरी माणसाची वैयक्तिक जबाबदारी त्यामुळे आपोआपच कमी झाली. बहुतेक लहान गावात मात्र अजूनही ही वैयक्तिक जबाबदारीच आहे. तिथे माणूस नदी, तलाव, विहीर यासारख्या स्रोतांमधून शुद्ध पाणी मिळवण्यासाठी स्वतःच प्रयत्न करतो. शहरातील सार्वजनिक जलव्यवस्था असो किंवा खेड्यातील वैयक्तिक जलव्यवस्था असो, या दोन्ही व्यवस्था पावसाचे जे पाणी भूपृष्ठावर किंवा भूपृष्ठाखाली साठवले जाते किंवा साठते त्यावर अवलंबून असतात. लोकसंख्येच्या मानाने हे साठे मर्यादित असल्याने पाणी टंचाईचे संकट उभं राहते. खरे तर या साठ्यांपेक्षा कितीतरी जास्त पाणी पावसाच्या रूपाने दरवर्षी जमिनीवर पडत असते. पाण्याच्या सर्व स्रोतांचे मूळ पाऊस हे आहे. पावसाचे पाणी ऊर्ध्वपातनाच्या प्रक्रियेने निर्माण होत असल्यामुळे ते मुळातच शुद्ध असते आणि ते सर्वाधिक शुद्ध असते. त्याचा जमिनीशी संपर्क आल्यावरच ते प्रदूषित होण्याची शक्यता असते. थोडक्यात पाऊस या आकाशगंगेचे पाणी जे मुळातच शुद्ध असते.
So this is a nice example. The rainwater is the purest form. If there is less air pollution, we are not in the industrial area, the rainwater is a very good quality water. If you are having subsoil water, saline, then if you are using rainwater harvesting, the quality of water could be improved for the well as well as bore well. If you, most of us are facing the problem of hard water in the bore well nowadays. So it is a very good example to store rainwater and change the quality and improve the quality of water from hard water to soft water by increasing the good quality water. Thank you. This is the another example of Lonkhade house, Gawanwadi, Taluka Karjat. They had constructed a storage tank below the kitchen, a tank below sitting room of 10,000 liter capacity. It can be constructed everywhere. If we are having a will, we can save water. Rainwater saving is a very good thing. In our exhibition also, they are good means to screen the rainwater. They are available in the very less cost, about 3,000-4,000 screens are there available in the exhibition, so that we can use to filter the rainwater. Nalanda University, the creation of 455 acre eco-friendly, green, carbon neutral, sustainable campus providing modern and state-of-the-art amenities and comforts. The master plan and structural architecture follow the pathways of sustainability and emphasize upon environmental sensitivity at all level. Net zero energy, net zero emission, net zero water, and net zero waste. It's a green university concept. We are having a green building concept. Ahead of that, they had created the Green University, Kolhapur University. It is also developed in 20 and saved the total 28 crore liter of water in the campus. This includes Bhasha Bhavan Lake, that is having a 22 crore liter storage, Music Department Lake 5.2 crore liter, Sutar well, Sports Departmental well, and other ponds. From 11 July 16 onward, Shivaji University started its filter house and stopped using the water supply from Municipal Corporation. This is a very good thing. The requirement of water for the campus is now fulfilled from the reservoirs campus, including potable water. It's a very good example. Asia Plateau, a center for initiative of change. Here you can see the water storage. The picture is showing the Ullas Paranjpe sir also. They are showing the 50,000 liter rainwater storage tank at Balegarh for Shri Khusrade Gole complex, Badlapur. Pond having capacity of 10,000 cubic meter. The water is sufficient for 40 flats for entire year at the rate of 135 LPCD. It is a very good example. This is a pond. From our experience and above example, it is easily possible to store 10 to 20% rainwater potential and use it as a first source of water. In many cases,
Sir, please Sir, please conclude. Your time is over,
I'm
sir.
concluding. It's the last. So, people of all categories, say from poor or rich and highly educated to practical uneducated, have tried to store rainwater and use for the day-to-day requirement. Thanks.
For your nice presentation, may now invite Dr. P.S. Kulkarni for his nice presentation.
Respected Chairman, distinguished speaker on the dais and learned audience. First of all, I am thankful to the IWWA organization for giving me an opportunity to have this presentation before you. I am also thankful to IWWA because they have given a separate session for NGO from this year, and I hope this practice they will make into tradition for the future coming these IWWA annual convention. Now, as NGO are working for a rural populace, they are working at grassroots level, they are working for stakeholders, and the research workers and engineers, they are also doing a lot. They are highly engaged in solving this water scarcity problem. NGO is also highly engaged in solving the water scarcity problem. But unfortunately, there is no coordination between NGO workers,
stakeholders and research workers and engineers in this field. So this platform will have, at least we have begun this tradition, practice for the NGO to make their presentation here on this annual convention of IWWA. So, I myself is a retired professor of geology, and also being a geologist, we have established a purely academic voluntary organization. Here we have the persons, the different life members who are basically geologists, or any person who is engaged in the solving the water scarcity problem or any geological environmental problem. Just recently, first speaker, Dr. Suhas Adgaonkar, is also a life member of our organization, and also I am also doing work for his organization, Savitribai Phule Mahila Ekatma Samaj Mandal. So here, basically I have started this work, being a professor. I was professor in college level, where no sophisticated equipment is available for the research. Even though you are eager to have a research work, but because of lack of sophisticated equipment, it is not possible. So from this I consider that my subject is basically field-based science. So why not we should go in a field in nature, observe the rocks and solve the problem of water scarcity. So since last 40 years I am doing this job. I have worked for so many NGOs in their watershed development project, and here I am just presenting my presentation for this challenging rock of hard rock of our state, that is Deccan basalt. So my topic is groundwater potential and estimation of Deccan basaltic terrain of our state. Now about this research problem, that in Maharashtra, major rock is the Deccan basalt. Unfortunately, this Deccan basalt is hard rock, but it is not the hard rock like hard rock occurring in Rajasthan, that is marble, gneiss, granites. Their groundwater occurrence there is different, and here the groundwater occurrence is very erratic. They show much variation in geohydrological characters, because groundwater occur when the geohydrological characters are favorable for the percolation of water. So here we find that even a small single village, say a 200-hectare area, they show variation in occurrence of groundwater. So it is a challenging task for the geologist to carry out groundwater prospecting and demarcate groundwater potential zones in the village map. Unless and until we demarcate the groundwater potential in a single village, it is not possible. Just now Dr. Adgaonkar has explained what he has done for these two villages in Fulambri block. So unless and until we demarcate the groundwater potential zones, it will not be a successful project. So this is as usual geological map of India. Here the green part, central part, that is the Deccan basalt, and others are the older rocks anyway. This is the geological map published by government. Here only green color, and at the right side some pink color. Then in between that is the Tapi alluvium, yellow color, and right side is the Vidarbha area where older rocks are occurring, and green part is basically a Deccan basalt which covered 82% of Maharashtra. Now here what I have said, that fieldwork is the basic concept of any research. So to my support here, just I have come across the Geological Society of America today, their journal published in October 22 and volume 32. The Alan Gleisner and Caronia, they have support what I am doing. That geology is largely field-based science. In their paper they have written this. Geology is largely field-based science, and field evidence has long primacy in interpretation. Without doing field work, you cannot interpret the rock, you cannot have the, what is the groundwater occurrence, where it is, or what is its potential. Now, Gilbert in 1896 also has established, made a statement that geological studies arises by the direct study of nature. Unless and until you go directly in nature, you cannot study the subject. And then they said that the rock don't lie, but preconception and human experience cause it misinterpreted. So, since the geological fieldwork, when you go out in the field, there is so many things that are available for you. But now I have to look for only the groundwater, so I should restrict myself in the study that I should look for the geological characters of the rock, not for the any mineral occurrence or all these things. So you should restrict yourself, what is your aim and objective, and then accordingly carry out the geological studies. And whatever data you collected, again they say that data collected from the field studies come from multiple resources. Geophysical data is there, geochemical data is there, field data is there, geological data is there. So they also include lab analysis, remote sensing, geophysical imaging. So if any disagreement happens, the only field-oriented data is the most reliable. So is there many misinterpretation between the geophysical data and fieldwork data or in remote sensing data, then field data is the most reliable what they source. And the other resources like remote sensing, like geophysical data, they only strengthen the fieldwork data. So fieldwork data is the most important in groundwater potential and estimation. Now regarding just, we have a very fast look about our Deccan basalt. So this is the distant view of basalt. This is the Daulatabad fort, near Daulatabad fort, Daulatabad Ghat section. So here it is a hillock, and it appears that a rock from bottom to top is the same, uniform, monotonous, but it is not. If you study it critically, closely, then you will come across the different basalt flows. Here just you can demarcate 1, 2, 3, 4 flows are there. And all these 4 flows, if you observe it closely, they show different field characters, different groundwater characters, geological characters. So there are so many types of basalt, but main types of basalt which have some problem in groundwater or which show the different groundwater occurrence. They are the compact massive basalt, that is the black basalt, as the engineer says everything, and vesicular amygdaloid basalt, where the small almond-shaped cavities are there and they are filled by secondary minerals. Both these two types of basalt are occurring in Deccan basalt, and they show large variation in their geological characters. So we will just have geological characters of the compact massive basalt. These basalt flows are horizontally exposed, and they have outpoured from the lava flows. They outpour one after the other in a horizontally or slightly 5 or 6 degree angle incline. So their top surface, one flow again erupted on the top of it erupted another flow. The top surface of this flow is always hydrothermally altered and become amygdaloidal, hard and compact. Because once they are outpoured, they get solidified, and still the bottommost lava is still in very high temperature and liquid condition. So, and the gases are there, and the hot gases again go toward the top surface, and they just beg the top surface, which becomes very hard like a brick. So naturally, as they are hard and massive, they are non-porous, impermeable, and this thickness of the top flow is maybe varying from 1 meter to 30 meter, 3 meter. So hardly we get any percolation when they are fresh. So again, during cooling, since the lava outpoured in a liquid form and in a due course of time, it takes millions of years to cool down this lava flow. So during cooling, the contraction cracks occur. But this contraction crack, again there is no uniformity in. They show again variation. They are called as a joint. jointing pattern. So only things is that in this hard rock we get the percolation of water through the joints, cooling joints we call it as. So these joints also show different types of variation. This is the case where the slide shows is the inconsistent joint. There are one joint, again another joint, or a third joint, but they have no interconnection with one another. So naturally they are porous but not permeable. Water will not go down them. Then again second case is the broadly spaced, third case is the closely spaced, and then the vertical. So these are the broadly spaced jointing. Here this is the Jalna block, well section in Rondechwadi, Jalna block. Here see these are the joints which are very broadly spaced, so limited quantity of water get percolate through it. These are the vertical joints, column the joints. Here the joints are there, they percolate at a greater depth. Since the percolation, only downward percolation is possible, they go at a greater depth, but again at a greater depth due to the impact of pressure, they become closed and percolation stop. So here we can get maximum depth up to 30 meter of groundwater in a particular well we get to the column the joint. Again the joints may be very close. Once we have seen they are broadly spaced and limited quantity of water percolates. But if they are very close, they are like this, they are very weathered, eroded. See these are the joints, we are very close, jointing pattern. This is again a Jalna block, Pokalwadga village. Jointing patterns observed in this. Now second case is the vesicular amygdaloid basalt. This vesicular amygdaloid basalt, since the vesicles are there, they have very little contraction joints during cooling. They are occur as a total unit. One flow occurs as a unit from bottom to top. So hardly there is any joints, cooling joints during the solidification of the rock. So here is the case, again a village Karpudi in Jalna block. See here there is no jointing and no percolation of water and the well goes dry. In the same village, at one place the well goes dry and another place it gets ample quantity of water. But this is not the case again everywhere that whenever vesicular amygdaloid basalt is there, it is not jointed and water will not percolate. Due to the atmospheric condition, environmental condition, sunlight, rainwater, winds, they get weathered. And when they get weathered, they form such sheets, horizontal sheeting, horizontal joints. And through it, percolation of water took place, but it is only again the effect of weathering from the surface. Since 30 minutes.
Time is over, sir. Time is over. Please conclude, sir.
30 minutes are there?
No, 15 minutes, sir.
Okay. Okay then, we will directly go to the
30 minutes for two presenters.
Okay. We will directly go to the conclusion. So here the survey we have carried out, just now I have explained. See here this well inventory, it shows. From the well inventory we get the rock section, here the vertical section. And since the hydrological properties, rainfall infiltration factor and specific yield. So rainfall infiltration fraction we have 7%, 13%, 1 to 2%, and then specific yield 1.75, 3.5 and 0.5 to 1%. And this is the formula for groundwater potential and groundwater estimation. This is the case study of Jalna block. Jalna block we have surveyed like this, 149 villages. And all the members, our geoforum members, they have involved in this project. So this is the conclusion, right? So by adopting this methodology, just we have explained that go for field work, take a base map and then interpret the map, and groundwater potential or volume available to occupy, that is the estimation, were carried out by geoforum teams, and the result have completed presented here. The data collected from the village of Jalna block have been transferred to village map, and from well inventory data we plotted the vertical section. So this is the case. This is the one village. Here the right hand side show what occurs at a depth, and left hand side what occurs at the surface. So on the surface, see how many different types of geological characters this basalt flow shows. So here this is one case where the groundwater potential and groundwater estimation have been calculated for one particular village. Now here collectively, since there are 149 villages, so we have shortlisted the scattered villages in different types, in different directions, and different horizontal and vertical, also having different MSLs. And see, this is the result. What is the groundwater potential and what is the groundwater estimation? The last slide, that is important. Here, see, these are the 6 villages: Pir Kalyan, Wakari, Dhar Kalyan, Dhava, Saraswadi and Rohanwadi. Their area is given. Their groundwater potential from this methodology we have calculated is also given. How much volume they have occupied, since we know the area, and from the well section we know the thickness, that will be the vertical column. So area into thickness will be the volume. And then groundwater potential is calculated, area into annual average rainfall into this thickness, rainfall infiltration factor. So this is the comparative study, groundwater potential and space available for groundwater estimation. So here, in case of Pir Kalyan, here the groundwater potential and estimation does not depend upon the area. As village Pir Kalyan, see how much is the area? 18.9. Twice the area of Rohanwadi at the bottom, 9.6. Both have almost the same groundwater potential, 0.696 and 0.637. Even though they have double area, but the groundwater potential is same. That means Rohanwadi is more having people, Rohanwadi farmers have get more groundwater than the Pir Kalyan. And how much is the distance? They are between the radius, within the radius of 20 kilometers. The difference between the, and how much is the space available for groundwater? See, 0.696 is every year we get groundwater from the rain. But how much space is available? 3.319 million cubic meter is available. So that means we have 5 times more space is available in that particular village. So this much is the scope for the NGO that they should adopt the project and increase it, so that it will become 4 times or 3 times or 2 times like this. And so that the total area, whatever the groundwater they should expect, whatever the groundwater space is available below the rock, that will match satured, and groundwater problem will not be there. So this will be the rate of over exploitation since last 5 decades we have made it. Now this methodology, if we adopt, it is our motto: adopt this, design today and sustain tomorrow. If we do it just now, definitely in future for 4-5 years we will sustain. This will fulfill our motto. Just take 1 minute. So what is the benefits? Location of favorable sites for groundwater recharge, location of groundwater potential area that will help you in planning watershed development project, and then the calculated space available for recharge will helpful in groundwater estimation. And from this investigation, groundwater budgeting, nowadays the government is very focused on groundwater budgeting, and accordingly the efforts have to make for the optimum use of available water. If we just another NGOs who are adopting this, they will make the policy that there will be optimum use of groundwater available. So this will increase the capacity of groundwater and thereby water availability during the year, which will calculate the irrigated area. This is my complete. I am thankful to Chairman that he has given me 2-3 minutes extra. Thank you.
No, sir, I have given 10 minutes to you, sir. Extra from the allotted time, sir. And thanks to Dr. Kulkarni, I am I regret for your intervention in your presentation, but the time has its own importance, sir. Sir, no. Time has its own importance, sir. और आपके पास तो इतना खजाना है कि गागर विद्वान की परीक्षा उसके गागर में सागर में हो जाती है, सर. एक बार शंकराचार्य भगवान को उनके शिष्यों ने पूछा कि आपने इतने वेद शास्त्र लिखे, हमारे लिए तो बहुत ज्यादा है. तो उन्होंने सभी वेदों के सार उपदेश सहस्त्री लिखा, पूरे वेदों के सार 1000 श्लोकों में. तो भी उन्होंने शिष्यों ने कहा कि आपने तो 1000 श्लोक में 4 वेदों का कर दिया. तो उन्होंने फिर 100 शतश्लोकी कर दिया कि 100 शब्दों में पूरे 4 वेदों का. फिर उन्होंने और जो उनके शिष्य गण थे उन्होंने कहा साहब ये भी 100 श्लोक हमको याद नहीं होंगे. तो उन्होंने 10 श्लोकी लिखा, ये पूरे वेदों के सार 10 श्लोकों में. तो भी कुछ ऐसे लोग थे कि साहब कालांतर में कलयुग में ऐसे लोग आएंगे जो नहीं पढ़ेंगे. तो उन्होंने कहा एक श्लोक में पूरे वेदों का सार कह देता हूं, ब्रह्म सत्य जगत मिथ्या. तो विद्वान की परीक्षा जो है उनके गागर में सागर में होनी चाहिए. आपके पास 1 घंटे का समय हो तो भी उसका दीजिए, 10 मिनट का हो तो उस पर भी आप सारांश बता दीजिए, 1 मिनट का हो तो उस पर भी कर दीजिए. यही आपकी जो विशेषज्ञता का परिलक्षण होता है. तो मैं क्षमा प्रार्थी हूं आप लोगों से. और हमारे इस सत्र के अंतिम जो है प्रस्तुतकर्ता इंजीनियर मिलिंद केलकर को, जो हमारे आईवा की जो मिड स्ट्रीम के संपादक भी रहे हैं, उनसे विनम्र अनुरोध करता हूं कि कृपया अपना उद्बोधन दें. इंजीनियर मिलिंद केलकर.
Good afternoon, dignitaries of the dais and all present in the audience. I am Milind Kelkar, Chief Engineer and Joint Secretary, retired Joint Secretary from Government of Maharashtra Water Supply Sanitation Department. I am representing Vasundhara Sanjeevani Mandal, which is an NGO registered under Section 8 of the company. And we are doing primarily water conservation work in Thana districts, Murbad and Shahpur talukas. Our thrust is on integrated development of rural areas of Shahpur and Murbad talukas. Basically because these 2 talukas are the talukas where we get ample rain through water, that is 2,500 to 3,000 mm water is available through every year during monsoon. But that entire water is being used by towns like Thane, Mumbai, Badlapur and industrial areas through construction of various major dams in that area, Murbad and Shahpur areas like Bhatsa, Tansa, Vaitarna, Barvi, etc. But the local people are starving with water. So we have main thrust on water conservation. And till now, since formation of Vasundhara Sanjeevani Mandal in 2016, we have been able to conserve 100 crores of liters of water every year. And that is the main achievement that we have done during past 9 years, out of which 2 years were wasted in Corona. Our presentation is basically based on rainwater harvesting, through which we have solved problems of about 66 localities, schools and localities from Murbad and Shahpur area. So my presentation will be presented by my colleague Ranjan. Over to Ranjan for presentation.
Thank you, sir. Is there an echo in my voice or is it clear? Clear, okay, thank you. Thank you everyone for attending this session. Thank you IWA for giving opportunity for NGO like us. So as sir has already said, we are an NGO who are working in the rural development. So the flow of presentation will be like this. So before starting the technical discussion, I would like to set the context. So who are we and the geography which we serve. Thereafter technical paper and the call to action is at the end of the presentation. Okay, so as already informed to you, we are a Section 8 company. We are a 10-year-old NGO. We are working primarily on rural development. that is in the region of Murbad and Shahpur of Thane district. I hope you have heard that location. The verticals on which we are working is basically 4 verticals: water conservation, skill development, women empowerment and afforestation, basically tree plantation. Within water conservation, we built check dams. In Marathi, we called it Bandhara. Desilting of rivers and lakes. We also do rainwater harvesting, which is a topic of discussion of today's presentation. And we also do farm ponds. These 4 are the VSM delegates who are attending this conference, and some of you must have seen us during the last 3 days. Okay, so this is a map of Thane district, and you can see Shahpur and Murbad Taluka, which has been highlighted in red color. So this is a place which is around 100 km from Mumbai and around 30 to 40 km from Thane. Why we selected this location? Now there are certain factors which makes us to select this location. Basically it is an underprivileged community. Most of the community is SC, ST or OBC. The literacy rate, so the literacy rate is very low in this part of the world. All India rate is around, I think around 80 to 80%, whereas this location being so close to Mumbai, it is, as per our information, it is on 50% only. And some of the reason why the literacy is lower, basically it's a hilly area. So some of the schools are as long as 5 km from the residence of some of the students. So it takes a lot of efforts to reach the schools. Also, since there is a water scarcity in this area, girls has to stay at home to fetch the water. So because of that, they are not able to go to the schools. This is one reason why the school participation of the girls is lower, which is resulting into lower literacy. Sorry. This is the area of marginal and landless farmers. So most of the land which is there, it comes under forest department, and whatever is left, it's a very small part of the land which belongs to these farmers. Because of this, there is a lot of economic instability because of lower income, which result into migration of labor. So these people move towards Nasik side or Pune side for the employment. After the first crop, that is paddy, which is the only crop which they take during the month of monsoon. Another issue is, as I already told you, hilly area, the infrastructure is very poor. So roads are not built properly for these people to reach even their talukas like Shahpur and Murbad. The health facilities are neglected, and there is I would say, a lot of neglect from the government also towards these locations. So this is the issue. So one of the presenter, I think Mr. Pramod, has told that he presented on Bid location, and there the water, I think annual rainfall was around 700 millimeter, right? So this is a location where the annual rainfall is around 2,500 millimeter. And during monsoon you can see floods all where. This is the same place where the Barvi, Tansa, Vaitarna, Batsa dams are there. These dams are providing water to Mumbai. But this location doesn't get this water. These are the pictures which are there throughout both these districts. Wells are dry, and people have to depend upon the tankers for the water. This is the paddy crop which is taken in the month of monsoon, and post that this is how the land looks in this part. Now we'll start with our study paper. So this study was undertaken in a village called Sakarbao. This is in Shahpur district. So we can see very familiar pictures throughout this place. The girls as well as women carrying water on their heads. So as I had said, in spite of abundant rainfall and the Bhatsa dam, which is nearer to this location, but because of the geographical constraint like dam is at a lower level and these people, they stay at a higher level. Because of that, water is not available to them. Whatever water is available based on monsoon, it is available till the month of January only. And post January, the bore wells get dry. So what these people have to do, these people have to travel around 3 to 4 kilometers just to fetch the drinking water. Women have to go to Bhatsa river for their washing, laundry washing, which is around 3 kilometers from their residences. This result into a lot of physical pain to these people, like the thorns getting through their feet. They get a lot of back pain issues. Beside that, the record says that 3 to 4% of the cattle died because of lack of feed and water. And as I already said, post that this monsoon season, a lot of dependence on water is there. The problem with tanker water is there, it is not available throughout the year and as per their requirement. Also, this is not a water which can be drinked. So, lot of waterborne diseases are there in this locality. So, to address all these issues, we started this project of rainwater harvesting for community purpose. The objective of these projects are basically localized supply. Water should be delivered at the doorstep of the community. It should be available around the year, and it should also help to groundwater recharge, which is one of the issue in this part of the location, and we wanted to make this location tanker free. While selecting the location of rainwater harvesting, so basically this project was designed to recharge the bore well. So wherever bore well was there, but there was no water or lack of water after the month of December, January, we selected those places. We selected places where 15 or more houses can come together for one particular project. We also make sure that the rooftop which was getting used is not of asbestos material, because what happens is that when the material, the water passes to the asbestos sheets, it get contaminated. So we insisted for the traditional tile, which is called kaul in Marathi, or maybe the metal sheets. We insisted that borewell and catchment area should be in the close proximity. Also, we insisted for rooftops where there are no trees, because what happens whenever a tree leaves are on the rooftops, it basically blocks the water flow. So these were some of the criteria which we decided before the execution of the projects. So this is the location detail of Sakadba village. As already told you, it's around 120 kilometers from Mumbai, 30 kilometers from Shahpur. The population of this village around 950 odd people, 160 household, and around 10 to 12 padas, that is hamlets. So tribal communities SC, ST and OBC. Okay, the solution implemented. So you can see the schematic drawing of this particular this thing. The rooftop water is coming to the filter. From filter it goes to the storage tanks as well as the recharge pit. The recharge from the recharge pit, it goes to the borewell for groundwater recharge, and the connection from the borewell is given to the storage tank for the water to be getting used for the domestic purpose. So some of the so implementation this thing was that the rooftop should have a minimum 150 square feet of area. We conducted site survey to decide the catchment areas. We also estimated the project cost, which was around 5 to 6 lakhs per project. So in terms of cost, if you see a project with a 5 lakh of outlay, which can store around 5 lakh liter per annum, the cost comes to around 1 rupee per year. But if you consider the project life of around at least 5 years, the cost per year goes as low as 10 to 20 paise per liter. We also, post estimation, we install PVC pipes to collect the water, and we install this filtering pit which is there in the drawing, and a common water storage tank to store the water. This is a recharge pit which you can see on screen. This is PVC pipe on rooftop, and this is the storage tank. These are the 9 places where we install these projects. So you can see some of the borewell were public type and some are owned by the private people. So we took assurance from these people that this private borewell people, whenever this system will get installed, they will share the water with the community. So around 1784 rooftop area, 1784 square meter of rooftop area was covered for this 9 project. We covered around 25 houses as a catchment area, and total rainwater harvesting is around 40 lakhs per annum. So the calculation which I have shown at the end of the table, how that 40 lakhs has been calculated. It basically rooftop area in square meter into annual rainfall into a factor of 0.9. So we have considered around 10% wastage of rainwater. So that is why this 0.9 factor has been considered. So what were the key achievement? So sustainable water security, as we have already was one of the objective. Now post this project, as the water was available, we saw increase in borewell construction. So these communities, nearby communities, they constructed around 6 additional borewell, seeing the benefit which was there from the project. Community started getting the hygiene water, which improved their health, and a reduction of the water tanker. So this was one of the biggest benefit. Like this Sakadbao place, there are no tankers as on date. And as we did this project throughout the place of Shahpur area, the number of tankers which were at around 130, around 4 to 5 years back, as on date, the number has gone down to 80. Yes, there is still work needs to be done, but we have been able to change the dynamics of this location based on our projects. Yeah, so this is a social economic transformation. Now this I am presenting based on a third-party impact assessment. This is not we are saying. We carried out a third-party impact assessment, and these are the findings. So we were able to stop this 3 to 4 kilometer dangerous track to fetch the water. The household cost savings, like earlier they has to pay for tanker water, so that used to range from 100 rupees to 1000 rupees per month. Now that is entire savings has come for the household. The health has gone up because of they don't have to travel so much to fetch the water. Diseases have gone down because now they are getting the clean water. Also back pain related issues have gone down. And as far as environment is concerned, now there is a lesser dependence upon the groundwater storage as the rainwater is getting used, which has helped to enhance the climate resilience. As far as education is concerned, significant attendance in school has been reported as children are no longer need to be at home to fetch the water. So these were some of the benefits of these projects. Future path, as far as sustainability is concerned, we try to maintain these projects through our volunteers, inspection, maintenance as well as cleaning of the filters. As far as scalability is concerned, now based on the success of this location, we have built around 64 projects throughout Murbad and Shahpur, which is able to give around 3.2 crore liter of drinkable water per annum for this community, as well as some schools, government school, Jilla Parishad school, which we call. We have also standardized the model and trained our vendor, who have been able to now easily replicate this model in a 2 to 3 weeks. So that is the time frame required to implement these projects. So as I told you, a lot of work has been done from our side. Still, a lot of work has to be done. We are able to store 100 crores liter of water through all this project, which include basically check dams, rainwater harvesting, desilting of rivers and lakes, as well as farm ponds. We require support in terms of funding, be it through crowd funding or CSR funding. Based on that, we can do a lot of work. So this is an appeal from Vasundhara Sanjeevani Mandal. Whoever can contribute to us, you can visit our site, you can contact us, and you can get connected with us to take this project forward. Thank you. These are our contact details. Thank you.
Thank you for your nice presentation, and this session is over now, and this session is open for discussion. If anybody has any query, suggestion, they are free to talk to the learned authors. Pardon, sir? Contact details.
Last presentation.
Last slide, they are asking about last slide.
There is some problem probably with the slide. You can write down the number, contact number. It is 9867557351. That is one number. Second number is 9867747351. These are two my numbers, so you can contact Vasundhara through me, and whatever questions or any inquiries you have, you can call me. I will see that they are answered.
Now, the audience are free to ask any question or suggestion to the learned authors. Pardon? Mike.
Hello. Who is bearing the cost of these projects actually?
Hello.
The Vasundhara Sanjeevani Mandal. Normally, who is going to finance these works?
Most of our projects are financed by through CSR funding. We have about 15 CSR partners, big companies like Mahindra Finance. They are financing us every year, and through their funds we are executing these projects. But for running our offices and our other staff members, payments of staff members, other incidentals, we need money from other private donors also, because CSR funding is only for project, not for our running our
Regular expenditures of your office maintenance. Regular expenditure of for officials who are maintaining in office, you will charge from CSR only?
Actually, all of us, that is from myself to our all directors, I am advisor to Vasundhara Sanjeevani. I was director for first 6 years, and as per our constitution, I have stepped down and I am presently working as director. I am working presently as advisor. But none of us is getting paid from the company, from our Vasundhara Sanjeevani Mandal. But we have staff members to work some, whatever work is there in the offices. So we have offices one office in Shahpur and one office in Thane. So their salaries plus some expenses on our tours. Whenever we go on site, we have to hire vehicles because we don't have our own vehicle. So that kind of expenditure is there. So to meet that kind of expenditure, we need money from crowdfunding or private
finance. Okay, thank you, sir.
So that spend is around 20 lakhs per annum.
I see.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And our almost annual budget is varying depending on how much we get from CSR, but till now our budget has been to the tune of 2 crores per year.
Hello. My question is to the Vasundhara. Though you have mentioned it is Shahpur, it is away from Shahpur town. It is a much in the forest area or nearby forest area. The Adivasi wadis are there, Katkari or something. So my question is, one thing that picture shown for that is you have shown that recharging pit. In that recharging pit, I have seen that concrete is done below at the bottom. So that should be avoided, because if concrete is done, then it will not recharge. Second thing is,
I will interrupt you only because slightly misunderstanding is there. That recharge pit is only for collecting the rainwater from the rooftop, and then it is sort of collecting chamber, and that from that chamber water goes directly into the tube well. If you want all details about how do we that work, certainly we can discuss during tea break, because tube well itself, we open out entire tube well, open out entire tube of that, drill small holes on the tube well, put screens, stainless steel 250 micron screen on that, and then refill it with filter media. So the tube well is filled up to ground level. And this recharge pit is only for transferring water from rooftop to the tube well. And in some cases, you must have seen in the one of the pictures that there was one syntax tank. Depending on situation, that is what is the requirement of the school, what is the requirement of the wadi, we design entire schemes. Every scheme is not identical, that is what I want to say. Because in some of the cases, first of all, we collect water from rooftop, transfer it through online filters to the syntax tanks, which is there on the toilets and bathrooms of the school, and overflow of that tank goes into the recharge pit and then into the tube well. So during monsoon, the tube well water is not required to be used by the school or the community, because the water stored first in the tank and then it goes to the tube well. So various kinds of you can say changes are there in each and every design, and that's why the cost is also varying from right up to even 6-7 lakhs, because in some of the cases we found that there are asbestos sheet roofing. So we don't collect water from asbestos sheet roofing.
My question was limited to that only. If it is a recharging pit, it should not be concreted. Second thing is, I think in the such type of village, there is so much farmland is open or forest land is open. So automatically recharging from the rooftop is generally, it is not much effective. Then check dams will be much effective in such area. Otherwise also land is open, there is no concreting as such. So water definitely goes in the soil only. Wherever rains are there, so water goes in the soil. If it is a check dams constructed near the wadi or something, so it will be definitely rise the, instead of doing rooftop generally better for the city area or building area.
That is agreed, that is 100% agreed, because we are building check dams also. We are desilting rivers, we are desilting ponds, local ponds. These kind of conservation works we are doing. First, also we are doing Jaltara. You must have heard Jaltara. Trenches constructed on the downstream of the hills and filled up with media, filter media. So whatever rainwater falls down through the slopes goes into the Jaltara, that is the trench, and then it goes into the subsoil water. So all kinds of water conservation devices we are using, but this paper was basically based on rooftop and rainwater harvesting. That's why first is there on rainwater harvesting.
तो भारत सरकार की कई मंत्रालयों की हिंदी सलाहकार समिति का सदस्य होने के नाते मैं मेरा अध्यक्षीय उद्बोधन हिंदी में देना चाहूंगा। सभी विद्वान, ये सत्र अपना आप में एक महत्वपूर्ण सत्र कहा जा सकता है, जिसमें जल की कमी की चुनौतियों को समाधान के रूप में स्वयंसेवी संस्थाओं की सहभागिता के ऊपर ये शीर्षक के अंतर्गत सभी विद्वान वक्ताओं ने अपने अपने उद्बोधन से हम सभी को लाभान्वित किया। तो मैं सभी सुधी वक्ताओं का और सुधी श्रोताओं का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और इस हमारे IWWA की प्रबंधन समिति का भी मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि उन्होंने इस सत्र का संचालन का जो भार है मेरे को दिया, उसके लिए मैं उनका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। वस्तुतः जल की कमी के लिए जो है या गिरते हुए भूजल स्तर को समाधान के रूप में वर्षा जल संरक्षण ही एकमात्र उपाय है और इसमें स्वयंसेवी संस्थाओं का बहुत बड़ा योगदान होता है। भारत सरकार की जितनी भी परियोजना है उसमें एक रथ के रूप में एक रथ का पहिया सरकार होती है, दूसरे स्वयंसेवी संस्थाएं होती है और जब तक की जन सहभागिता नहीं होगी तब तक तो जो विकास की यात्रा जो है सफल नहीं आकी जा सकती। इसमें वर्षा जल संरक्षण में हमारी जो पारंपरिक पद्धतियां हैं, अलग अलग क्षेत्रों के लिए अलग अलग राज्यों के अंदर जो जल संरक्षण की जो परंपराएं हैं उनके पुनर्जीवन की नितांत आवश्यकता है और इसमें राजस्थान एक उत्कृष्ट उदाहरण है कि राजस्थान में कहावत कही जा सकती है कि घी ढूंढिया मेरा कुछ नहीं बिगड़े, जल ढूंढिया मेरा जी बलसी। अर्थात इसका अर्थ ये हुआ कि अगर किसी व्यक्ति से या महिला से या बच्चे से घी गिर जाता था तो उसको इतनी चिंता नहीं होती थी जितना उसको पानी गिर जाने के। अभी आपने एक स्लाइड के माध्यम से देखा कि जो है जल की कीमत वही जानता है जो जिसको वो उठा के लाता है, 1 किलोमीटर से या आधा किलोमीटर से अपने सिर के ऊपर उठा के लाता है, वही जल की कीमत जानता है। तो इस सभी विद्वान वक्ताओं ने अपने अपने उद्बोधन के द्वारा हमारा मार्गदर्शन किया, हमारे तकनीकी ज्ञान में अभिवृद्धि की, तो मैं उन सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और क्षमा प्रार्थी भी हूं कि जिसको मैंने जो है एक अध्यक्ष के जो दायित्व को निर्वहन करने के लिए मैंने उनको अगर समय के लिए कुछ कह दिया हो तो मैं उनसे क्षमा प्रार्थी भी हूं। धन्यवाद। अब मैं माइक्रोफोन जो है उनको देता हूं, हमारे प्रबंधन समिति को, कि आगे की उद्घोषणा वो करें। धन्यवाद।
Before felicitation, there is one announcement that now lunch will be from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock we will come assemble here for valedictory function. Thank you.
कोत्रे साहेब. ठीक आहे. थँक्यू. तुमचं काय नाव आहे? सिव्हिल बी. मग आपली सिव्हिलची पोरं तर आता मी चांगलंच आहे. हां सेकंड पुढे घेतात. पेंटर आहे त्याच्यावर क्रिएटिव्ह
घ्या असं घ्या इकडून. हो. हां आला का? थांबा इंजन. ओके.
समोरून समोरून पाहिजे. हे फुलं आले पाहिजे त्यासाठी.
Hello delegates. MIT Director Munish Sharma has just arrived and we expect him in 10 minutes here and to start valedictory function. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Our convention's last session is coming to end. We enjoyed your association for last 3 days. Our chief guest for this today valedictory function, Mr. Manish Sharma ji, has already come. I request him to be on the dais. Our IWA President, Palande Madam, is just near the last stall. She took a pain visiting each stall at least for half an hour last 3 days. So she is completing a round and she will be joining in 2-3 minutes and we will start the program immediately. our President Palande Madam has joined and we are going to start the function. Please, Madam, take the seat. I request Mr. Parida, Secretary General, to join. Mr. Pramod Dalvi, Secretary Mumbai Center, to join. I request Umesh Mehta, Vice President, Indian Water Work Association, to join us. Dear colleagues, the convention was really a painstaking task and so many stakeholders, so many supports, so many kind-hearted support, everything, every penny counted. So I will be calling in each category one representative to express his thought process or express his feelings toward the convention. First, from the sponsors, Yuvan is still, Mr. Wasim Sheikh. If he is around, please join us and spare your 2 minutes sharing your experience on the convention.
Good afternoon, everyone. This was a very excellent event, and I would like to thank Palande Madam and the entire organizing committee of IWWA for organizing such a wonderful event. And since this is the time when we are launching our product, which is the ductile iron pipe in the industry, I don't think we would have got a better opportunity than this. Very well organized. I think everyone shares the same opinion as me. So thank you everyone for this.
Now I request, there were 105 commercial stalls and 7 NGO stalls. So from the commercial stall, I request Apollo Screen, Mr. Sanjay Singh, to express his few words here. Is he around? He is coming. Where is he? Yeah, he has just joined.
Very good afternoon, everyone, and respected NIAS members. It was a great pleasure to be here in IWWA's 58th edition. On the behalf of Apollo Screens, I would like to give the thanks to the management committee, and it was a really great pleasure to be here. It was really insightful discussions, and it was a wonderful event altogether. Special thanks to Mr. Neeraj Saraiya. Because of him, we could have a wonderful process out here, and we look forward to such events in the future as well. And once again, thank you very much to everyone and respected delegates. Thank you, ma'am.
When we started the drive, right in the Raipur, in the previous convention, we visited all the stall and sort of giving them an assurance how we are going to conduct, and it's like an invitation. And one person booked the stall there itself with a token of 11 rupees. And that person is Snail Industries Arjun Mahatme. Is he there? Just come, express few words.
Thank you. Myself Arjun Mahatme from Snail Enterprise. I started my journey since 2018 after 20 years service with Electro Steel Group. This IWWA gives a very good opportunity for us like starters to represent our products, to communicate with customers, vendors, manufacturers and consultants. This is a good opportunity for everyone, and I got the opportunity to book my first stall at Raipur for this Aurangabad. Once they declared that the next convention will be at Aurangabad only, then I booked that on same day of this at Raipur. And this next Ranchi also I am booking. Today I confirm my 2 stalls for Ranchi. Thank you.
I request Municipal to just token of our appreciation. So he extended the trust right in the previous convention. Now I request representative of NGO stall, Eco Satwa Sheikh Ahmad. Is he around? Mr. Kelkar, Milind Kelkar, please. And this is, I think, one of the novelty of the conventions. We offered 6 complimentary stalls to various NGO working from Mumbai, working from Aurangabad, and so Mr. Kelkar will express his experience.
In fact, Ullas has already said that this is the first time that any NGO is participating in IWWA convention. I have been a part of IWWA since so many years, and up till now I have been attending the seminars or whatever functions IWWA had as an engineer or a member of IWWA. Today I am attending this as a member of my NGO, which is Vasundhara Sanjeevani Mandal, and I must thank all the committee members and especially Manisha for deciding that this time, for the first time, IWWA decided to allot 6 stalls, complimentary stalls. I must say that also, they are complimentary stalls in this convention. I thank you very much and thank all the audience for attending the function. Thank you.
Now from the delegate, who else? I request Ms. Kamma Madam to share a few words on this convention.
Good afternoon to one and all. First of all, I'm not getting any words to express it because our Manisha is blessed with Ma Saraswati. This occasion is taking place when we are celebrating Basant Panchami. Hitherto, this type of, auspicious days were not there. Only after Til Gud Gava, Gud Gud Bola, aisa time mein aata tha. That I remember. But for me, you have to give me 1 or 2 minutes more time. I will tell you why it is. Because this thing has started on which date? 22nd, if I am right. You leave it council meeting. The regular session started 22nd. 2 plus 2? It makes a news. North, east, west, south, all of them in a different corners we have assembled here. Will you accept it? Then give me applause. Then next comes 22nd to 24th, hai na? 25 is at 7. 7 is always, we have to progress There is no question of. 7 is the only number is having only one angle. As such, our direction will be straight to solve the problems to maximum extent. Last, I will come to 2026. How much it is? One number. One number. 2026, you make it one number. 10. 10, if you remove 0, 1. Our aim should be only one, to target the issues, to solve it, and see that the needy person gets the sufficient water. Lastly, but not the least, of course, if Madam gives time, I will continue to speak. I don't want to disturb her. The theme is design today and sustain tomorrow. There is no question of e-signing or anything. Just sign today from this moment and see that there will not be any stain tomorrow. That's all I wanted to share with you all. Please.
So, COM member as well as delegates, they often attend convention with their spouses, counterparts. So as a spouse representative, I request Apurva Gramkar to please join and express. She is not there. I request any other ladies member to please come on the dais and express few words. Madam, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone. It is very well organized program, and thanks to Maharashtra Center, they are always doing very well, and all delegates were pleased with all efforts by them. Thank you.
Thank you for appreciating words. It encourages the tempo of our volunteers. Now COM, Council of Management is the one who takes major call, and I request none less than Mohammad Qureshi to please express few words.
नमस्कार, मैं अपनी मातृभाषा में बोलना चाहूँगा और बोलूँगा। बॉम्बे ने बहुत सारे जो है कन्वेंशंस किए, लेकिन जैसे कन्वेंशंस होते हैं वैसे होते रहे। लेकिन उस वक्त जो है, जो हेड हुआ करते थे वो मर्द हुआ करते थे, लेकिन जब कभी भी किसी भी घर की हेड महिला होती है तो उसमें 4 चांद लग जाते हैं। और पलांडे मैडम ने जो है बॉम्बे का चेयरमैन होने के बाद जब वाइस प्रेसिडेंट होकर के इतना अच्छा ऑर्गेनाइज किया, तो मैं समझता हूं कि ये पूरा साल जो है बॉम्बे सेंटर का गोल्डन जुबली वाला माना जाएगा। उसमें इतने अच्छे काम होंगे। ये हमारी भारतीय संस्कृति है कि जब भी किसी महिला के हाथ में परिवार की जिम्मेदारी होती है तो वो परिवार जो है बहुत अच्छे से चलता है, क्योंकि वो हम हर काम जो है नाप तोल करके, गिन करके, चुन करके करती हैं। और मैं उम्मीद करता हूं कि पलांडे मैडम भी ऐसा ही करेंगी। अब बात आती है कि हाँ MITM में जो यह कन्वेंशन हुआ, यहाँ बहुत सारी चीज़ें नई देखने को मिली। एक तो कि ये शहर से दूर, इतना बड़ा हॉल, इतनी बड़ी जगह, और फिर इस हॉल के बाहर इन्होंने 2 स्क्रीन लगाए थे ताकि अगर कोई यहाँ ज़्यादा देर तक बैठ नहीं सकता या बैठ नहीं पा रहा है तो वहाँ पर जाकर के देख सके। अब पॉजिटिव बात ये हो गई, लेकिन वहाँ थोड़ी सी कमी थी। छोटे से साउंड के अंदर अगर वहाँ पर जो वो होता रहता तो ज़्यादा देर ज़्यादा बेहतर होता। दूसरी बात यह है कि हम पैसा तो कहीं से भी इकट्ठा कर सकते हैं, और पैसा इकट्ठा किया गया जब इतना बड़ा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन हुआ, लेकिन मनी पावर के अलावा मैन पावर जब तक के नहीं हो तो हम कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते। और वो जो है MITM ने करके दिखा दिया। उसने जो बच्चे जो हैं उनको मैंने देखा कि वो किसी भी इवेंट के अंदर अपने सामने ना आने के बजाय वो अपने काम में रहे और पूरी सक्सेसफुली, कभी भी ये नहीं कहना पड़ा अरे 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 गुलदस्ता लेकर के आओ, अरे मोमेंटो लेकर के आओ, ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं हुआ। वो बिल्कुल टाइमली जो है जैसा उन्होंने किया, तो मैं बहुत अपनी तरफ से और इंडियन वाटर एसोसिएशन की तरफ से उनको बहुत ज़्यादा जो है धन्यवाद देता हूँ। बात आती है यहाँ पर, और भी मैं लंबा बोलूँ और कोई नहीं बोलने वाला, नहीं तो बाद में फिर क्या बोलते हैं यार ये तुमने नहीं बोला। क्योंकि अक्सर जो देखा गया है कि कन्वेंशन में कुछ 2-4 लोग नेगेटिव बोलते हैं, और मेरी भी आदत रही है कि मैं ऑब्जर्वेशन करता हूं और नेगेटिव नहीं होता वो अगले कन्वेंशन वाले के लिए सजेशन होता है। लेकिन आज मेरे लिए बोलने के लिए यहाँ ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है कि मैं उनको सजेशन दूं, लेकिन सिर्फ एक ही गलती जो हुई थी, वो हमारा सेलेक्ट जो वाइस प्रेसिडेंट था उसको उन्होंने पहले वो जो है फंक्शन के अंदर जगह नहीं दी थी, और वो मैंने अपनी बात जो है हमारे यहाँ के ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को और कन्वेंशन को कर दी थी। अब मैं वहाँ जो अगले कन्वेंशन वाले हैं उनके लिए कहना चाहूँगा कि इन छोटी छोटी सी बातों का आप ध्यान रखें, ताकि हमारा मनोबल बढ़े और हम अच्छे से अच्छा काम करें। अब बात आती है, सब लोग, बहुत सारे लोग जो हैं वो खाना में क्या ये नहीं था और नाश्ते में ये नहीं था वो नहीं था। मैं कभी भी किसी भी खाने के लिए कोई नेगेटिव नहीं बोलता। मेरा पेट भर गया, मेरे को जो है जीवन के लिए जो है सब कुछ मिल गया, इससे बेहतरीन कुछ नहीं होता। लेकिन फिर भी हर वक्त नाश्ते में, खाने, लंच में, दोपहर के नाश्ते में, रात के खाने में वेराइटीज बहुत सारी थी। और सबसे अच्छी बात ये थी कि नंबर ऑफ आइटम्स बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं थे। नहीं तो जब जहाँ कहीं भी नंबर ऑफ आइटम्स बहुत ज़्यादा होते हैं तो बहुत सारा वेस्टेज होता है। यहाँ पर ये देखने को नहीं मिला कि बहुत सारा वेस्टेज हुआ है। ये सब चीज़ें, ये बहुत अच्छी बात हुई। अब जहाँ तक बात है इकोनॉमी की, हम जहाँ कहीं भी कन्वेंशन होता है और वहाँ पर जो है एक इवेंट मैनेजमेंट वाले को जो है इवेंट दे दिया जाता है, जिसमें काफ़ी बड़ा खर्च होता है। लेकिन यहाँ के जो, मैं किसी का नाम नहीं लूँगा, नहीं तो वो जो है पार्सिटी हो जाएगी, क्योंकि नाइक मेरा दोस्त है, डलवी मेरा दोस्त है, और भी जो है वो सब जो हैं, यहाँ वैद्य जी हैं, सब बड़ी, तो मैं किसी का नाम नहीं लूँगा, सिर्फ नाम लूँगा पलांडे मैडम का। इनकी वाइस कैप्टनशिप के अंदर जो है इन सब लोगों ने, और भी जिनके नाम नहीं लिए, और जो बिहाइंड वो जो है हमारे जो है जो इस कन्वेंशन को 3 से 4 महीने लगते हैं कन्वेंशन को ऑर्गेनाइज करने के लिए, रात दिन मेहनत करना पड़ती है। किसका रजिस्ट्रेशन आया, किसका नहीं आया, किसके इटर्निटी आई, किसकी इटर्निटी नहीं आई, वो वैद्य जी ने गजब का काम करा। एक आपने क्वेश्चन करा ना, उसका जवाब वापस आ जाता था। एक बार ऐसा ही हुआ, कुछ वो लेट हो गए थे, तो पलांडे जी ने, मैडम ने जो है उनको जो है कहा कि भाई इसका जवाब दो व्हाट्सएप के ऊपर। मतलब ये एक बहुत माइन्यूट बात है। मतलब ऐसा लग रहा था कि पलांडे जो है वो उनकी अपनी बिटिया की शादी कर रही हैं, तो सारे मेहमान हैं जो नाराज ना हो जाएं, उनके लिए कोई कमी ना रह जाए। वाकई जो हेड होता है ना, उसके ऊपर जो है बहुत बड़ा जो है संकट होता है। तो मैं बहुत सी चीज़ें जो कहना थी रह गई हैं, उन सबको समअप करते हुए बोलता हूँ कि बॉम्बे सेंटर का इससे अच्छा जो है कन्वेंशन इसके पहले कभी नहीं हुआ जो अभी हुआ है। और अब जैसे कि हमने कन्वेंशन लेना बंद कर दिया, हम इंदौर के अंदर 3 तो हमारे इंदौर सेंटर के कर लिए, एक हमने भोपाल का कर लिया। हाँ, ये एक बात भी बताऊं, बॉम्बे सेंटर वाले औरंगाबाद में आके कर रहे हैं। वो क्यों? कि बॉम्बे मतलब लोगों को बड़ा वो लगता था, कंजस्टेड लगता, और सबके हमने जब इन्होंने ऑफर किया था तो इनसे रिक्वेस्ट की थी कि यार औरंगाबाद में करो, तो औरंगाबाद सेंटर जो है उनके लोगों ने भी यहाँ पर जो है मदद करी। लेकिन बॉम्बे से यहाँ करके, जबकि भोपाल से हमारा इंदौर जो है 200 ही है, ये शायद 480 या 500 के करीब है, यहाँ आके ऑर्गेनाइजेशन करना ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। और इन सब के लिए जो है मैं तहे दिल से इनको जो है बधाई देता हूँ, शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ। अब बात आती है अगले कार्यक्रम की। अब हमको इनको जो है, अब जो कॉम में मीटिंग होगी, जब वो तो एक हेडक्वार्टर पे होती है और वो बॉम्बे सेंटर को करना है, तो हम चाहते हैं कि वो भी जो है कन्वेंशन जैसी हाई मीटिंग हो और आप सब लोग यहाँ आए। आपने इसको सफल बनाया। बॉम्बे सेंटर की ओर से और इंदौर सेंटर की ओर से मैं सबका धन्यवाद करता हूँ, शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ। और यहाँ के जितने भी लोग जिन्होंने जहाँ ये रात दिन मेहनत करी है, उन सबको मैं दिल से बधाई देता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. So one of the pillar for our convention was the Maharashtra Zone Pradhikaran Aurangabad Chief Engineer Office, and I request Mr. Idnani SP to express few word. Idnani, Mr. Patange, may I request Mr. Patange?
सर्व उपस्थितांचे मी नमस्कार. आज जो समारोपाचा कार्यक्रम आहे 58 कन्व्हेन्शन जे इथं भरवण्यात आलं त्यामध्ये कॉम मेंबर्स मुंबई यांचं मी प्रथम अभिनंदन करतो आणि उपस्थितांचं सुद्धा मी अभिनंदन करतो. जे काही याच्यामध्ये मागील 1 वर्षापासून चालू होतं आमच्या कॉम मीटिंगसोबत आमचे बरेचशी चर्चा व्हायची. त्यामध्ये दळवी सर असतील, नाईक सर असतील, सॉरी मी हिंदीत बोलेल. जो भी मेंबर्स कॉम मेंबर्स है इनसे जब भी हमारा इंटरेक्शन होता था उनके हर चीज़ में जो मैंने देखी है माइन्यूट थिंग्स पे उनका डिलिब्रेशन रहता था. फिर भी कोई कमी कहीं दिखी नहीं. और इसके बजाय हमारे चीफ इंजीनियर मैडम जो है ये जब भी ये कन्वेंशन के बारे में जितने भी चर्चा होती थी अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट ऑफिस वर्क कभी भी बाजू में नहीं रहा. अलॉन्ग विद द ऑफिस वर्क दिस वर्क वॉज ऑल्सो कैरिड पैरेलली विद द सेम मोटो. इसके लिए मैं सभी का धन्यवाद करूंगा, अभिनंदन करूंगा. मुझे 2 मिनट यहाँ बोलने की अनुमति दी उसके लिए भी आप सबका धन्यवाद. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Few ladies member has just joined. Anyone of them want to express their view? Please come on the dais. Especially Faujes category. Anybody want to join? I move to the next category. As a representative of authors, I request Buddha Dev Duwari to please express view from the author perspective.
First of all, thanks to Municipal Madam and her team for inviting me as an invited speaker for 50th annual conference of IWWA convention. I can understand, I have organized different conferences. I can understand how much time and hard work is spent on each of the conference to become successful. I have attended several Indian and international conferences as invited speaker for the last 20-25 years. I am today 67. And without doubt, it is one of the best well-organized conferences. I should say, it may be numero uno or numero due, maybe one or number 2, because I have attended conference in Europe of NACE, AWWA also I attended in United States of America, SSPC, IPLOCA, Europe, and I must say, this is the excellent convention. It is organized under the leadership of, as he said, Ma Saraswati. And all the organization I've seen earlier, or it's given to the, as he said also, given to some team who worked robotically. And this is of human touch. And everything is planned in such a manner. Oh my God, it's so good, Mamma Mia. And with this, with her leadership, when she was a vice president, now she has become president. I feel next convention will be the best, will be very, very good. I wish all the best for future, our conferences, and that's all I can say. Thank you very much.
Friends, there were many novelties in this convention, and one of the novelty was homestay. Again and again I praise Mr. Munish Sharma ji, Director General, who spin this idea, see to it that it get implemented, and there were good response. Faculty members, he himself was one of the house who offered homestay. Then Baba Saheb Sonawne, Rashmita Srinivasan, Rahul Agrawal, Dr. Prashant Avsarmal, Dr. Kavita Bhosle, Dr. Ashok Keche, Dr. H.M. Dharmadhikari, Dr. Rajesh Patil, I think few students also offered, Prithviraj Bonde, Amruta Rathod, and Dr. D.G. Regular. Let me call those students who enjoyed this homestay. Please be on the dais. We want to take a photograph with them. Homestay student, Rahul ji. Rahul Agrawal. They are coming. A few of them are left, but those who are still here, it is for their memory and our memory. I will call you. I will. You come.
Just only one
You
sentence.
carry on.
Only one sentence. No, not for you, not. It is lady president. No, आप सबको मालूम है ना, 58 ऐड करें तो कितना होता है? 8 + 5, 13. The teenage किससे शुरू होता है? From 13 to 19. Are you all not celebrating the teenage celebrations? That is what I wanted to share. Our Manisha madam, as he said, he is celebrating daughter's marriage. When she celebrates daughter's marriage, definitely she will have a teenage spirit. And more than that, Hindi में क्या बोलता है? 13 को क्या बोलता है हिंदी में? मैं तेरा हूँ, आप सब मेरा है. That is the thing, message I wanted to communicate. I am sorry if I would have.
कुरैशी साहब, आई एम अ बैलेंस पर्सन. लेडी को चांस दिया, जेंट्स को भी दूंगा. कुछ कहना है? नहीं दे रहा हूँ. Yeah, one photograph, please. Let them carry the memory. They came, stayed here with faculties and a new concept of homestay. one of the representative of the homestay, Harsh Sharma, I will request him to express the word.
हॅलो नमस्कार सर्वांना शुभ दुपार आपल्या समोर बोलण्याची संधी मिळाली त्याबद्दल मी आभारी आहे and with these lines my craving to speak the Marathi in front of you just stand here. My name is Harsh Sharma and I am a research scholar from NIT Allahabad and this is the first time I am attending the annual convention of IWA and I've been fortunate enough to represent on the behalf of all the student delegate members here to just give the feedback of the homestay. First of all I would like to say the word itself is a wrong. Homestay, the place where we are living, basically it's home not homestay. और घर से इतनी दूर आकर के है ना हम ये नहीं कह सकते कि वी आर एट समवन्स अदर प्लेस, वी आर लिविंग एट समवन अदर्स प्लेस. हम लोग घर जैसा ही माहौल मिल रहा है. इनफैक्ट जब भी मेरे पास कॉल आया था राहुल सर का, सो ही वाज जस्ट डिक्टेटिंग मी कि आपको डायरेक्टर सर के यहाँ पे रेसिडेंस मिलेगा. So I just in the heat of the moment I just said yes, okay, no problem, I will be comfortable enough. But जैसे ही धीरे धीरे the time of the convention was coming, so I was bit of very much nervous inside कि मेरे को मौका मिल रहा है डायरेक्टर सर के होम पे रुकने का, not a faculty member. Even if there was faculty member I was nervous, but I was given the opportunity कि मैं डायरेक्टर सर के साथ शेयर कर सकूँ अपना रेसिडेंस. So the nervousness was inside. बट लेट मी मेक यू वेरी क्लियर कि मेरे को घर जैसा ही लगा, इनफैक्ट घर से भी अच्छा लगा. और काफ़ी टाइम ऐसा लगा कि आई एम फोर्सिंग देम टू बॉदर अबाउट मी कि लाइक थोड़ा सा लेट हो जा रहा है और थोड़ा सुबह भी वो ही जस्ट सेंड हिज वॉचमैन टू ड्रॉप मी एट द कॉलेज. सो ऑल दिस स्मॉल थिंग्स वो बहुत ही ओवरवेलम कर देता है आपको व्हेन यू आर सो मच फार अवे फ्रॉम योर होम. एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम माई सेल्फ आई हैव ऑल्सो टेकन द feedback from other students who were residing somewhere else also. So in fact basically from NIT Allahabad we are 5 colleagues. So सबका ही response ऐसा ही था कि like घर जैसा ही माहौल है. The people are very welcoming them with warm hearts and the responses are very overwhelming. तो मैं इसी के साथ end करना चाहूँगा कि overall the experience was beyond our expectation and beyond our thoughts. So I will just conclude my words with that that I hope this is just a beautiful beginning, not the end of the road for us, and just hope that if I would get a chance to come here again at such a beautiful place. Thank you.
Thank you, Harsh. I again congratulate first Munish Sharma ji to spin such a concept, then your faculty members and students, and those who offered big heart, because they have a brave heart to come and stay. Otherwise, it is difficult to convince somebody that staying at somebody's house. And the concept is successful, and I hope in future all such activities, whichever city conduct, they will have this provision of homestay. Let us bring people together when digital world is making us drifting away. Okay, I move on. The entire convention, we came from Mumbai, planning okay, doing so many things, everything okay, but when it comes to execution, we need broad shoulders. And those all broad shoulders are sitting behind. I call upon all the volunteers to be on the dais. They gave excellent, you have got an excellent army, sir. These students are excellent and they don't shy for anything, any activity. It can be an hardship, and these are their name we are displayed, and we are offering them a roses as a complimentary. Now you should be there, we will offer you. Go. All the time they were carrying tray whenever we require it. So please all greet. It was a great help. It was a great help. Really, indeed, it is a natural standing ovation they have got. And I congratulate MIT to have such a student with them. And I am requesting Ajinkya Deshmukh to express few words on behalf of all the volunteers.
Respected dignitaries, honored members of the IWWA, and dear friends, I am honored to speak on the behalf of the all volunteer teams. We sincerely like to thank the IWWA organization for giving us opportunity to volunteer such a big event. We have seen all the preparations from the last 2 months. All the team used to come at our campus and they used to involve us in all the things, and the sessions and the interactions all that happened during the session, during the convention. All the guidance we got from the team and the organizing committee. It was very nice. We interacted with so many people. It gave us so much academic advantage and the practical advantage too. I would like to thank each and every one of you so you are present over here. Thank you so much.
The leader of the student, we choose one person because we cannot interact with all, so we choose these two guys, Vaibhav and Prithviraj. So give them a hand, and they really was a natural leader and help us a lot while delivering various activities. चलो, thank you. Thank you. अरे येडा झालं. Now it's a time to express thanks. Now it's a time to express gratitude and thanks to So, I begin with the housekeeping services. Housekeeping services was provided by Mr. Sanap. Any representative of them here? Okay. Then I move on to caterers. Jain caterers and Punjabi caterers. They provided the food over here at MIT and then at banquet. So I request Mr. Ashwin Mehta, please join us on the dais. He gave an excellent food. All credits for the food goes to him. And also, we will offer him a small memento as our token of appreciation. He has not come. I request Sujit Deshmukh, where is he? Sujit Deshmukh. Sir, क्या ना moment तो दे? Done. I request Munish Sharma ji to present memento to Mr. Ashwin Mehta. Banquet decorator Adi Entertainment, Mr. Todkar or his representative. Sujit Deshmukh has come. So he was very instrumental in organizing many things. Then our musical events were conducted by Vaibhav Raut, Kala Vihang and Kalandi Entertainment. I request all three to please come on the dais. एक मिनट. Adi Entertainment, Mr. Todkar. Banquet decoration. Yesterday, all decoration was done by him. Vaibhav Raut, Kala Vihang, somebody from Kala and Kaladi. Mr. Vaibhav Raut want to express words.
Good afternoon to everyone. I just want to say once again thanks to Palani ma'am, and also I always wanted to sing for the South Indian peoples. I don't know how, but I always feel that I have some universal connection with Kannada. I don't know how. And yesterday बहुत सारे गाने जो थे बाकी रह गए थे, स्पेशली उत्तम सर एंड वैद्य सर, उनके लिए मुझे एक दो लाइंस गाने थे, एंड आप सबके लिए भी है एक दो लाइंस. सो एक तेलुगु सॉन्ग की रिक्वेस्ट की थी मैम ने, गाओ एक लाइन. ओके. गलती हो जाए तो माफ कर देना. कदा विंतवा प्रेम कदा कतुंडी विन्नावंते सरदावं तुंडी आमे सन्नगना विंदी सुप्పు వెన్నలై కురిసింది ఇద్దరి మనసులలోన ఇద్దు అల్లరి సాగింది కథ వింటావా ప్రేమ కథ ఒకతుండి ఎదుకు ఎదుకు చక్కని జత కుదిరింది. థ్యాంక్ యూ. అండ్ దిస్ ఇస్ ఫర్ కన్నడిగా మై ఫేవరెట్. ಏನಾಗಲಿ ಮುಂದೆ ಸಾಗುಲಿ ಬಯಸಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗದು ಬಾಯಲಿ ಬಯಸಿದ್ದೆಲ್ಲ ಸಿಗದು ಬಾಯಲಿ ಹೋ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತು ಸೋಲಲ್ಲ ಓ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತು ಸೋಲಲ್ಲ. And this one is for Uttam sir, Vaidya sir. आपका गजल बाकी रह गया था कल. So, से छू लो तुम मेरा गीत अमर कर दो बन जाओ मीत मेरी प्रीत अमर कर दो. And last one is for everyone. हर घड़ी बदल रही है रूप जिंदगी चाव है कभी कभी है धूप जिंदगी हर पल यहाँ जी भर जियो जो समा कल न हो. थैंक यू मैम. थैंक यू.
Thanks very much.
Thank you sir. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thanks for that complimentary songs. Otherwise you will charge me. Now I move. Our housekeeping support services are there. So I request sir, please give them a small felicitation. Without their support, the whole place will not have been neat and clean. So they are the first to be saluted. So they came little late. Logistic support. The movement cannot be possible with logistic support. Mr. Sirsat and his company was very much useful for us for doing these services. Any representative from Mr. Sirsat? I request Mr. Naikodi ji to take this moment on their behalf. तुम्ही घ्या. Then we thanks video and photography, Firisti Media, Abhijit Kale. अभी इनका फोटो कौन लेगा? The things will not have, our Mumbai team, Council of Management, we all stayed at MTDC. So I request Hema Salunke from MTDC to please join us on the dais. And I request our guest and President Madam to felicitate her. Without them, our stay in Aurangabad would have been impossible. It was one of the wonderful destination, and it became our address. Last 1 year, every month, our team used to visit Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, and this was our address. Now it's a time for thanks, sir, your own organization, MIT, and I request Dr. Ausarmal to please come on the dais. देतो मी त्यांना. And I request Dr. Ausarmal to express his words. He was like anytime ATM. There is no concept like ATM, anytime money. It is like anytime difficulty. Just call him after 1 hour, 15 minutes, sometimes within 5 minutes, sometimes immediately moment your question and the answer is ready, problem is resolved. He has safeguarded this venue of subsiding of 2 elections consecutive. Even on last Monday we arrived here, and while coming, a bombshell was there on our head. Ki ZP election, collector has issued the order, take this venue. We are again helpless. What going to happen? This fellow literally rushed. He rushed 1 month before also when there were municipal election, and that is not the only task. So many things. I will learn short of the words. Let him express now.
Thank you so much, Ullas sir. Respected chief guest of today's valedictory function, Professor Munish Sharma, Director General, MIT Group of Academic and Research Institute, newly elected President of IWWA, Manisha Palande Madam, Vice President Mr. Umesh Mehta ji, General Secretary IWWA Basant Kumar Parida, Secretary IWWA Mumbai Chapter Mr. Pradeep Dalvi sir, and our mentor Mr. Ullas Naik sir. So it is a great pleasure to host this IWWA Annual Convention 2026 at MIT campus. Really, we should thanks to IWWA Mumbai chapter and IWWA Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar chapter, which is led by Dr. Upendra Kulkarni sir and Dr. Rahul Agrawal, and our mentor of Civil Department, Dr. D.G. Regular sir. First, in the just January 2025, we came to know that this particular annual convention to be held at Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, and IWWA people, they are just searching for the better place to host this annual convention. We have just taken the review and got this that in Pune they have organized the function at Lakshmi Lawns, then COEP Pune, then different places of India, and we have just given the offer of this Manthan Hall. Immediately Manisha ma'am and her team accepted this venue. Definitely Ullas sir was telling regarding the what are the challenges that we have faced during organizing this event, but we will not call this as a challenge. Those were opportunity to us. Whenever we got the challenge, we just rushed to that particular person. Just in the inaugural speech that Mr. G. Srikant told that I should thanks to me. So really, we all should thanks to ourselves that we were the part of this 58th IWWA annual convention. Without the support of faculty members, I am just representing over here as the face of my faculty, as the face of faculties of MIT. Behind my face, there is a face of our director sir, registrar, deans, associate dean, my faculty member, and really the strong shoulders, that is the students. Whenever we call to the student, they are rushing to the venue, they are rushing to their respective places. within a fraction of second. And it is a really a great opportunity to all the students to learn from the professionals. On Thursday, we saw our Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar Municipal Corporation office at MIT itself, right from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. in the evening. And we saw how our municipal commissioner and his team is working. We are, from last 15 days, we are seeing a MGP office at our campus. And we are also seeing that how ma'am is working day and night for giving the water to our Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar city. Again, we are seeing the responsible persons of this citizen of India, and they are crossing their age. But their age is just 16 or 17 or 18, looking at their energy. And definitely we should thanks to this organizer IWWA for giving this opportunity to the MIT for hosting this IWWA annual convention. Really some volunteers, they were on this stall, so I call the volunteers to take their felicitation. Please sir, rahileले volunteers. And I request Manisha ma'am to felicitate those volunteers, please. Yeah, they were at the stalls only. We should really appreciate the effort taken by our infrastructure team under the leadership of Mr. Vasudev Upadhyay sir, his team of Anil Palotkar, Sidhu Jogdand. I also call them on stage. Mr. Yogesh, Mr. Praveen Deshmukh sir. Really, we should thanks to our collaborators, Mr. Prabhanjan Mahatole sir, Indian Plumbing Association. I also call Mr. Prabhanjan Mahatole sir on stage. Yeah, he is. Thank you Indian Plumbing Association for being the supportive partner for this IWWA annual convention. Yeah. तुम्ही पाठीमागे उभा राहा ग्रुप फोटोसाठी. Thank you, Mr. Vasudev Upadhyay sir and his team. Oh, I request Manisha Palande ma'am to felicitate Mr. Vasudev Upadhyay sir. Please sir. Yeah. नाही सरांना परत एकदा करा. हो. Yeah. I request Manisha Palande ma'am to felicitate Mr. Vasudev Upadhyay sir. A big round of applause for Vasudev Upadhyay sir and his team, whole team. Now I request ma'am to please felicitate Mr. Prabhanjan Mahatole sir, President Indian Plumbing Association, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. Tomorrow we are celebrating a National Tourism Day. So we should really thanks to Maharashtra Tourism Department for providing the beautiful pictures of the forts of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, which are being there in UNESCO World Heritage Site. So you can see those particular posters in this particular Manthan Hall also. Those are showcased over here. I once again thank you to all and wish you a happy journey. I also request all of you after this function, you all are invited to visit Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar MIT Civil Engineering Department after this particular program. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks, friend. Now we have welded a different relationship. Now, while I express sincere thanks to Chief Engineer MJP Sambhajinagar Regional Office, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar Corporation, Press, now the exhibition. You must have seen the world exhibition of the world class. That was the remark from our Director General, Day 1. The creator of this is Mr. Devananda Sanam. So I request Devananda Sanam, please on the dais. He is young, he look like Devanand also. So photographers be ready. Vishwakarma of the entire exhibition and his associate. सोडून देऊ अरे विनायक आहे ना एक हां बोलवा विनायक कुठे क्राऊडमध्ये त्यालाही चान्स नाही आम्ही आहे ना माझ्या मित्रात बोलतील The event was successful because of all our sponsors. So I request all the sponsors to be on the dais. Shall I just count the name and those who are present can join us? Eagle Infra, Eonit Steel, Mega Engineering, Venture Construction, Indian Hume Pipe, Eagle Infra, the representative of Eagle Infra has come. Mr. Nirbhavane, ex-MJP engineer, working with Eagle Infra, he is now taking the felicitation on behalf of Eagle Infra. IHP, Indian Hume Pipe. Answer Construction. SFC Environment, JM Dowley, Jindal Saw Limited, Right Solution, JM Dowley. Jindal Saw Limited, Non-Face, Right Solution, Jailem and Jain Irrigation. Mr. Dande from Aurangabad, sorry, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar Municipal Corporation is around. I welcome him on the dais. Chhatrapati. Any representative from Mega Engineering? Okay. I express my sincere thanks to all the exhibitors, all the NGOs who put up their stall, all the speaker of, please be seated. The Modak and Raman Memorial Speaker, Dr. Prasad Modak. Then all the veteran and researcher who submitted their papers and make a presentation in here. It was very impressive. I thanks all of them. I thanks all the chairperson who conducted this session, and most importantly I thanks Sunil Vaidya. He conducted last 2 days complete session so well. He was coordinator for our COM member also, so he how many times I should say thanks to him. A club of thanks for him. And before I conclude, let me felicitate IWA staff, Mr. Padde and Anuja and the other one. Mr. Padde. Mr. Prakash Padde, the administrative manager of our IWA headquarters, very silent person, but a big task. Then Anuja, then Anita, and Suraj. I have been told Jain Irrigation person is there. Please come on the dais. Jain Irrigation. while I could list few names who are sponsorer, there were so many unknown hands behind us. I thanks all of them. But before I conclude, let me thanks now to Mumbai Center Management Committee as a whole, because this is my hat trick. This is consecutively third time I am the convener of any convention. Whenever Mumbai Center conducted the convention, no, I should thank them. They always thought a simple person like me can be a convener all the time, not 1, 2, 3 times. And not only me, Mr. Dalvi was always on my support. So, thank you. And I request now Mr. Paridaji to take over.
Respected Chief Guest, Director General MIT Sir, respected President, respected Vice President, Iowa, and distinguished members in the dais and of the dais. On behalf of the headquarters of the Indian Auto Workers Association, it is a matter of great pleasure and pride to felicitate the our Mumbai Center for successfully hosting the 58th Annual Convention of Iowa. The excellent planning, meticulous coordination and warm hospitality extended by the Mumbai Center in collaboration with MIT Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar have made this convention a truly memorable and professionally enriching event. From academic session to logistics and delegate management, every aspect reflects the dedication, teamwork, leadership of the organization committee. The theme designed today, sustain tomorrow has been beautifully translated into meaningful discussions and practical insights, contributing significantly to the water sector and to objective of Iowa. We place on record our sincere appreciation to the chairman of Mumbai Center and the present president of Iowa and members of the organizing committee, volunteers, all supporters who worked tirelessly to ensure the success of this prestigious convention. We congratulate the Mumbai Center for upholding the highest traditions of Iowa and setting a benchmark for future conventions. May I request the esteemed Director of MIT to kindly come forward and honor the organizers. May I invite the organizing committee members of the Mumbai Center to please come forward for the felicitation. Engineer Manisha Palande, ma'am, Chairman of Organizing Committee and President Iowa. क्या कर रहा है? Pramod Dalvi, Secretary, Mumbai Center. Engineer Dilip Sonwale.
Dilip Sonane, or the technical head. He handled our Iowa website of paper submission, and then the pen checking staff of conducting 2 parallel sessions in one go.
Mr. Mohan Matse. Engineer Anil Gadge. Engineer Nirav Saraya. Engineer Mangesh Sewale. Engineer Sunil Vaidya. Engineer Uttam Naikodi. Engineer Vinaya Balsankar.
Mr. Vinayak was our communication head, and best of my knowledge, he has wrote 2,000 letters.
Engineer Sanjeevan Pawar.
He is the pillar of all communication, registration, the QR code concept, and whatnot.
From MIT, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, Dr. Prashant Asormal. Dr. Rahul Gupta from MIT. Sorry, Rahul Agarwal.
Where is he?
You're there. Okay, thank you.
One representative from Aurangabad Municipal Corporation. He want to share few words. He was not there. So please sit it. Spare his mind thoughts.
धन्यवाद सर. मी मनोज बाविस्कर औरंगाबाद महानगरपालिकेत काम करतो. सर्वप्रथम इंडियन वॉटर वर्क्सचे असोसिएशनचे खूप खूप आभार की त्यांनी हा इतका मोठा प्लॅटफॉर्म आपल्या औरंगाबाद शहरास छत्रपती संभाजीनगर शहरासाठी उभा करून दिलेला आहे. आणि तोही अशा वेळेला की ज्या वेळेला आपली 15 वर्षाची प्रतीक्षा पाणी पुरवठ्याची प्रतीक्षा मजिप्रा मार्फत आता पूर्णत्वास येत आहे. या कालावधीमध्ये हा जो इतका मोठा प्लॅटफॉर्म आणि इतके नाविन्यपूर्ण टेक्नॉलॉजी त्यांनी आपल्यासाठी उभारून दिलेले आहेत त्याबद्दल मी आयवाचे मनापासून धन्यवाद करतो. आणि स्पेशल थँक्स टू डॉक्टर उल्हास नाईक सर, त्यांनी मला इथे बोलण्याची संधी दिली. धन्यवाद.
I will request all the organizing members of Mumbai Center come to dais to take a photograph with our chief guest.
before we wind up, I request Mr. Mehta for inviting you for the next convention because the story should continue. कहानी खत्म नहीं हुई.
I request my other colleagues, Mr. Pramod Kumar and K.K. Verma, to come to the dais and assist me. Johar, Namaskar, good afternoon. The 59th Annual Convention of the Iowa is going to be hosted by Indian Waterworks Association, Ranchi Center in Ranchi, in association with BIT Mesra in BIT Mesra campus. The tentative dates we have fixed, that will be around either in the last week of the January or first week of the February. That we have to decide and we will communicate you all. The main function will be in GP Birla Auditorium. The capacity of this auditorium is 2500 and it is supposed to be one of the biggest auditorium in Eastern India. GP Birla, BIT Mesra, and we have proposed there are to be 140 stalls for exhibitors adjacent to the main hall. We are proposing the catering area also in adjacent to the main hall. The theme we have proposed for this 59th annual convention is smart water solutions through innovation and AI for a sustainable future, and accordingly 21 sub-themes we have also selected. You all are cordially invited to participate in this 59th annual convention of the Indian Waterworks Association to be held at Ranchi, the capital city of Jharkhand, fondly known as the mineral heart of India. I extend a warm invitation to all office bearers of Iowa headquarters, our honorable past presidents, President Madam, respected COM members, delegates, paper presenters, authors, NGOs, exhibitors, manufacturers of water and wastewater related products, and all other esteemed participants to grace this prestigious convention with your presence. Jharkhand, with its lush green landscape, waterfalls, forests, and serene natural beauty, offers a perfect blend of technical learning and natural rejuvenation. Along with enriching technical sessions and meaningful deliberations, participants will get an opportunity to experience the rich culture, warm hospitality, and refreshing environment of Ranchi. We look forward to welcoming you all to Jharkhand for an intellectually rewarding and memorable convention. बिरसा मुंडा की पावन धरती पर आप सबों का फिर से एक बार हार्दिक स्वागत है. Thank you.
I, Pramod Bhatt, the Honorary Secretary of Iowa Ranchi, आपको अपने तरफ से इनवाइट करते हैं और अपने प्रेसिडेंट आयोवा मैडम जो हमारी हैं, मनीषा मैडम, इनका जो आदर सत्कार और काम करने का तरीका जो देखा मुझे बहुत पसंद आया. कल रात में जब बैंक्वेट डिनर में इन्होंने सबके साथ मिलना शुरू किया तो खासकर जो हमारी स्पाउसेस आई हैं वो बड़े खुश हो गए और उन्होंने कहा कि भाई इस तरह का मिलान होना चाहिए क्योंकि ये चीज़ हमको सीखने का भी मिल रहा है. और जितने मेटिकुलस यहाँ प्लानिंग हुआ है हम कोशिश करेंगे कि रांची में हम वैसा ही करें या उससे थोड़ा बेहतर भी कर सकते हैं. हम बहुत हमारे मित्र हैं जिनकी ख्वाहिश है कि MS धोनी को वहाँ ब्रांड एम्बेसडर बनाया जाए. हम लोग ट्राई करेंगे कि MS धोनी को वहाँ ब्रांड एम्बेसडर बनाएंगे। इसके साथ हम आपको बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करते हैं सभी लोगों का जो मंचासीन है और जो यहाँ अटेंड कर रहे हैं। आप लोग आइए, हम आपके सहयोग के लिए, आपकी सेवा के लिए और आपके एंटरटेनमेंट के लिए खुश रहेंगे। मैं प्रमोद भट्ट आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ। थैंक यू मिस्टर कमल वर्मा।
हेलो, आप सभी का आगे का जो एनुअल कन्वेंशन 59th जो कि रांची में होने जा रहा है, आप ही सबका बहुत बहुत हार्टली आप लोग का इन्वाइट करते हैं और सभी से हार्टली निवेदन है कि आप सभी जरूर आए। अतिथि देवो भव।
Now we are coming to the closing of this. I request Palande Madam to say few words.
Good afternoon all. We are towards the closing of this convention, 3 days convention. अब I think आप सब ने इतनी तारीफ की, आप सब इतने खुश हुए ये कन्वेंशन और इसकी अरेंजमेंट से, so I think मुझे लगता है कि शब्द से ज़्यादा जो एक्शन होती है वो ज़्यादा लाउड होती है। तो like we all tirelessly worked for last 1 year to make this convention happen. And it was a daunting task for us to arrange the convention at Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, that is 340 kilometers away. And it was further more difficult because I was completely engaged in this big water supply scheme for the city. And I could not give, I think, much time for the arrangements, but it's my team who has done a very hard work for last 1 year. And because of them, this convention has happened and it has been successful. And also, at the same time, I would like to thank MIT and Municipal for readily accepting कि like when we asked कि हम ये venue ले सकते हैं क्या, उन्होंने बहुत readily accept किया. And one thing Municipal कि जब हम यहाँ मैंने मेरी टीम आपसे जब भी आप यहाँ पे मीटिंग लेती थी या आपके लोगों से बात करती थी तो हमें बहुत होमली ऐसा फील हुआ था। लाइक वी ऑब्जर्व दैट MIT हैज़ अ वेरी गुड कल्चर। मैंने आपसे लेके आपकी फैकल्टी से लेके आपके स्टूडेंट्स तक बहुत अच्छा कल्चर और बहुत अच्छा बॉन्डिंग है। एंड इट वॉज आई वुड से दैट MIT वॉज द बैकबोन फॉर दिस कन्वेंशन। एंड आई थिंक जैसे पहले भी कहा गया है कि हमने ये कोशिश की थी, जैसे मैंने अपनी टीम को कहा था कि ये जो कन्वेंशन होगा ये हमेशा की तरह ट्रेडिशनल वे में जिस तरह से कन्वेंशन किया जाता है वैसे नहीं होगा। ये कन्वेंशन सिंपल रहेगा, डिसेंट रहेगा, येट टेक्निकली रिच रहेगा। और यही कॉन्सेप्ट के साथ हम चले थे। हमने जो वेन्यू भी लिया था, मुझे किसी भी तरह से प्राइवेट वेन्यू नहीं लेना था, कोई होटल हो, मैरिज हॉल हो या कुछ भी हो। तो लकीली वी गॉट दिस MIT वेन्यू। स्टेइंग अरेंजमेंट्स भी हमें 5 स्टार होटल में नहीं करनी थी, हमें MTDC का बहुत अच्छा रिजॉर्ट मिला जहां हमने माने हमारे सारे कॉम मेंबर्स वहाँ एकोमोडेट हो पाए। हमने MTDC से भी कहा था कि थोड़ा सा वो बाकी भी सर्विसेज पे ध्यान दे, तो उन्होंने भी काफ़ी अच्छे हमें सर्विसेज दी हैं। और जो पेपर्स भी थे, पेपर्स में भी हमने ऐसे यूनिकनेस रखा था कि वी हैड इनवाइटेड की स्पीकर्स। लाइक आई वांटेड कि कुछ जो बहुत अच्छे एक्सपर्ट्स हैं और उनको यहाँ बुलाया जाए ताकि वो सब्जेक्ट पे, वो टॉपिक पे अच्छा प्रेजेंटेशन करे, क्या आगे वे फॉरवर्ड कैसे रहेगा। जैसे हमने आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के लिए भी बुलाया था। सो इट वाज सो दैट कि टेक्निकल पेपर्स हमने कुछ 30-40 टेक्निकल पेपर्स के लिए मैंने प्रेजेंटर्स जो थे वो इनवाइटेड थे और बाकी हमने फिर पेपर्स लिए थे। और एक यूनिकनेस ऐसा था कि सारा जो पेपर का लाइक सबमिशन टू सिलेक्शन था वो सारा हमने ऑनलाइन किया था। हमने QR कोड का भी न्यू कॉन्सेप्ट यहाँ पे लाया था। स्टूडेंट्स को खास करके हमने इन्वॉल्व करने का इसलिए सोचा क्योंकि आईवा ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में जो मैं देख रही हूँ कि यहाँ पे 50 प्लस से ज़्यादा हमारे अभी सारे मेंबर्स हो रखे हैं। तो अनलेस एंड अनटिल वी इन्वॉल्व यूथ, उनको जब तक ये दिखाया नहीं जाए कि आईवा क्या है, किस तरह का कन्वेंशन होता है, वहाँ पे किस तरह से नॉलेज और एक्सपीरियंस डिसमिनेट किया जाता है, तो उनको जब दिखाया जाएगा तो देन मोर एंड मोर स्टूडेंट्स एंड यूथ can become the member. Also educational institutes like MIT, then local bodies like corporations and ZPs, ये सारे जब आईवा के मेंबर होंगे तब हमारा आईवा ग्रो होगा। आईवा ऐसा नहीं है कि बस अभी हमारे कुछ लिमिटेड मेंबर्स हैं उसी पे आईवा नहीं चलेगा। जब तक हम अपने विंग स्प्रेड नहीं करेंगे तब तक आईवा का रेलेवेंस नहीं बढ़ेगा और इसकी और जो हमें जो एलिवेट करना है और जो आईवा का ऑब्जेक्टिव है वो फुलफिल नहीं होगा। तो बस आप सब ने तो कह दिया है, बट आई एम वेरी हैप्पी कि आप सबको हमारी जो मेहनत थी एक साल की वो पसंद आई। फूड हो, स्टॉल्स हो, पेपर्स हो और पूरा ये प्रमाइस, आप सबका फिर से एक बार धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
Now I request for a few words from our Chief Guest, Director General, Mr. Munish Sharma ji.
Very good evening, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me first say thank you to AIWA for accepting the homestay idea and integrated in their program. And I'm really, I felt so happy listening to the people, those who enjoyed homestay, this concept. Let me, there is always a story behind any concept like this. So I just would like to share what is that story which inspired me to introduce this idea in this conference. Recently I had myself traveled from Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar to London by car, by driving myself. I drove from here to London and close to 21,000 kilometers, passing through 20 different countries. And I found the most important insight is of human connections. And my theme of the journey was connecting borders and bridging hearts. And I could realize the power of a common man. You can imagine I traveled when there was Operation Sindoor, and that was the time I was in Turkey. You can imagine I traveled through all the war area in Russia, but not a single point of time I felt myself unsafe because of the people at ground. And therefore I thought that there is a lot of learning in connecting with the humans. And I found this conference is a great opportunity when the whole country is coming to this place. And in Maharashtra, Marathwada is a great culture. And if some of the people could avail a homestay, so that I could really do something of my learning, and I am really appreciate. And even Ranchi team have not invited me, but I can suggest you. I can suggest you that you please take it forward. This is very interesting. Ranchi is an interesting place. It's so beautiful, weather is so good, people are good there, food is so good. And I think all of you are going to have great fun in Ranchi also. When Palande madam is president, she would certainly, help you in that regard. Ranchi has a great connection with MIT, by the way. Many students from MIT studied, those who are in Ranchi and from Ranchi and all over the world. So one of student from MIT is one of very big shot. I was just introduced to Mr. Bhatt that you can always take advantage of his connection there. As far as this conference is concerned, of course, in valedictory, if you see these many numbers are present, and particularly all the senior members sitting in front, I really appreciate IWA cultures, all the senior members are present and sitting here. And all the feedback which you got it is the testimonial of the success of this event. You have listened everyone, you have experienced yourself, and there is nothing I can add into it. But I would certainly say one thing. I have seen them working from day one. Now each vertical, you may take stall exhibition, you may take technical session, you may say venue arrangement, you may say food, communication, logistic, and all the verticals, you could find the great ownership, great ownership. I have attended their many meetings which held on at the venue, and I have seen each time a very well studied presentations that where we are, what are the gaps. It's a great level of professionalism. I would say that our students and staff, for them it was a great learning, It's a great learning for them. And I always tell that even my 69 days of travel was almost like a PhD. Okay. So similarly here, those who were involved right from the beginning and during this 3-4 days, students, staff, the whole team, but at least for my student it is a kind of crash course of, how to really take responsibility, own it and deliver it. And they did it. I'm really great. All the students should really clap for yourself. And in the whole event, I have not seen anyone coming forward for the credit. The whole IWA team, Mumbai chapter, right from the chairman till convener and everyone, I have not seen them anywhere coming forward for taking credit. It is something great. Each one of them, were independent in taking decisions and nobody was there to take credit. So I think that is something very unique I could really notice in this conference. And if any one of you have experienced any kind of bad thing, so I think for that I can say sorry, being host. But at the whole, it was a great experience. I once again congratulate for this great success to Manisha Palande Madam and the whole team and a whole IWA team. And I appreciate for one more thing, what Madam said, and I really endorse it 100%. IWA being professional body, it is very easy to conduct program in some 5-star facilities, some ready-made facilities, and stay isolated way here and there and come forth and certain things and this is fine. I am not criticizing that. But conducting it in this way, where you have involved all the important stakeholders, whether it is education, research, local bodies like corporations, Jilla Parishad, I think is something very great which IWA should carry forward for their own interest as a professional body. That is something very important I have noticed, Madam. That is something great. And I was talking to Madam. In one of the panel discussion, we were talking about PPP, that how PPP can be, can be successful. If it can be successful in many other areas, then why not in particularly in the trunk infrastructure of water, infrastructure of water. So I was talking to Madam during her tenure. MIT is willing to take up any case study, maybe, gathering some information, working on that, or maybe doing certain comparison in Philippines or maybe in Indonesia or maybe in Malaysia, where there are some good project in water infrastructure happened through PPP or maybe some other economic mode. We are happy to participate with IWA, doing some case study research, some gap areas where you think that education and research can add value. So we will happy, and that is one of the outcome of doing conference like here. There's a lot of ideas and we would love to work. One of the program, madam was talking that now we have newly elected corporations. The corporators are the most important people when it comes to water infrastructure, all the basic infrastructure. So madam was saying once the corporation body is installed, we will educate them about water. So I said immediately, okay, MIT will be there to conduct workshop for them. So these all are the outcomes. So if you can do it in this way, and these are all intangible results, tangible results. So once again, thank you, madam, thank you for your patience. In valedictory, I have not seen people sitting, with that kind of patience. So with these words, have a safe journey back, and thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We have thanked almost everybody. I thanks in summary all of you. Thank you once again. Any omission, sleeps, pardon us for that. And join them in Ranchi. Thank you. This valedictory function and the convention both are over.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Delegates may now join high tea.